Let's see. Why is there no music? Alright, whatever. I'll do my own Oh no. I'm live right now. One, two, three, test. One, two, three. Hashtags. Let's see what happens here. That's even better. Boom. And I get to post it on the Nest. And then we take it from there. There you go. Bingo bango. Can't get demonetized. We don't want that smoke. And now we're good. I've been in this. That every Discord I've been in, my paid Discord doesn't. They'll be out of business if they do. There's a good reason for it. You hit it on the nail. That sort of content, what people pay for. Where's the music on this? So once you put it off, it doesn't start. That's interesting. Let me see. AI music. Probably get hit for this one. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Wait, is this NVIDIA? No, this is Lightpath. Fuck. Wow, that looked like NVIDIA for a second. We're losing to 50 on light path. Yeah, 127, 127, 224. Oh, there's a fat harmonic there as well. Let's see. Another butterfly. But butterflies 127s are all the way down here, so we don't want to do that extreme. One, 227, 224. I would argue there. Let's see if we bring this Fibonacci. Oh yeah, that's 752. No fucking way. 752. We're at that volume average low. Wow. On the daily too. That's gonna be insane. RSI deep. Below the center line. RMACD underneath the center line. Negative DI is almost at the confirmation line. Volume is low. I mean, more bearish than bullish. Absolutely, extremely. Jesus Christ. If Lightpath gets to fucking 754, I'm pretty much locking it in. And I'm being nice with this harmonic here. Volume node here, we got a node here, no liquidity here. At the golden pocket. And a 1618 over there, 127. So if we lose the 0.5, 40% chance it gets the golden pocket. And an upward trend. It's always good to be reminded. Huh. That's interesting. Are we really trying to see a catastrophe here? Cross handle. $10.53. Next is 10.26. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense here. 10.26 for volume average low. 10.65. We're below that. 10.26. Yikes. Wouldn't want that smoke. Wouldn't want that smoke at all. Especially the angle that it's at. Wow, I just realized something that also... What's cracking? What's going on? Another day, Another day, another trade. Taking a look at opportunity. Whenever you're ready. Looking forward to it. I'm just checking if the soundboard's working. Oh, whoops. Kind of fucked that one up. So I'm looking at Lightpath as we speak. And I kind of destroyed the stream. Did I really destroy the stream? I think I did. I did. No way. Oh, damn. Oh, God. Sorry about that, folks. Kind of fucked that one up. Now it's not even opening. Alright, almost there. Okay, well that doesn't work. Duplicate? Copy? Duplicate? Can I duplicate? I can't duplicate while... Oh, okay, here we go. I'm gonna try and duplicate. Copy. Yeah, I accidentally clicked out the wrong button. And because I think I'm live streaming, it's not gonna work. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta figure this shit out. Kind of fucked up. Oh my God, no fucking way. You really gonna make this? Uh-huh. Alright, got it. Alright, we're good. That was fast. That was close. Alright, so Lightpath is on my radar. Hold up. I don't know what's going on recently, but I've been getting like... Alright, so Lightpath, 100% on my radar. This fucking thing is, what I'm noticing, I don't know why I'm noticing it now. I drove 15 hours one way in spring. Things that suck about them. You're committed, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I think... Alright, let's connect here to the channel. And now let's try the sound. Alright, we're good. We're back on. We're back on. And unfortunately, I would prefer the... Alright, so Lightpath. Alright, so I am noticing it is very much... You know what I realized? You know, let me just see something here. A lot of these are pretty much following. Wow. Huh. Wow, I just learned something new. I can't believe I learned something new. So a lot of them are following regular measurement rule patterns. And I just realized that. And then the ratios just add confluence depending on the finisher. So light path can literally get to 754 if you break a certain valley low right there, $10, call it a day, right? That makes a lot of sense. That's what essentially what we call Adam and Eve's, Eve, Adam, and all harmonics. All they are is just valleys, right? You got the B, you got the M, and it's just one big fat valley. You break, and then that's your confirmation line. Wow, there you go. So that's like what, confluence? Yeah, CMBM had a really crazy day. Look at this, 26%. What the fuck happened here? January 15th, no news, had a 26% day. This thing moves like a snail, and CMBM all of a sudden went parabolic mode. For whatever reason, it went fucking dick up. You know what we call that? Retarded. But there is a harmonic up there, so I'm going to double check. There is a harmonic. And I got an alt bat up here. 113 with a 3.6. Yeah, I got a clean alt bat. Holy shit. The cleanest alt bat up here on CMBM. That pullback's coming now. But why did it go up 26% is the real question. 26% is the real question. Hold on, let me go check Google real quick. Ticker, CMBM, news, corporation, CMBM trading at $1.82, now up 0.5 after hours. Network company, security network. A month ago, nothing. No news, no catalyst, nada. Zip. Sayonara. So let me go check our famous news platform, aka X. CMBM. Ticker, CMBM. Why did it have a 26% day? There's got to be some sort of news here that I'm missing. You're not getting it from Yahoo, I'll tell you that much. Target one set at $2 after it touches that level. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Zero. Zero news. Oh, wait a minute. Spire, come out. CMBM, nothing. Consolidation, data center, data analytics, Spire Global, nothing. This thing just moved because it just moved. So CMBM at $1.20, $1.80, 26%. The fuck happened here? I gotta keep a close eye on this. Now, obviously, the alt bat's already in play. Wait for the pullback on this thing. Please don't chase. Always have stop losses. You're retarded if you chase. Okay? If you didn't catch it at the bottoms, you don't deserve it at the top. Big fat fucking rule. You can argue now it's somewhat of a cup formation. There is a W, but then some people call that a cup. If you don't got a good eye, cup it, W it. Doesn't really fucking matter. Patterns are patterns. Patterns are null and new ones are created. Keep it moving. Bark, absolutely fucking massive sell-off here. One big fat M here I can sort of see here. Already it's an 886 with a 2. Wow. Couldn't have asked for a great ratio. Look at that bat. Look at that crazy bat. Crazy bat. Crazy. Yeah, that's a clean bat. Clean. Got the reaction. And look at that. Bark went from 61 cents to 65 on the close. That was essentially 6% off of my... Oh, you know what we got to check? SMCI. That's one we got to really take a look at. SCMI? Or what is it? Or SMCI? Super Micro. There you go. That's the one I'm looking for. Holy shit. Well, it hit the target from 2 days ago. So that's good. We hit the target completion at the 786, and it went puking even further. I do not mind that. The real question is this company a scam or it's not? Is it going to be an Enron or not? There is another harmonic completion we can actually get to. And I think this one was a... There's a 161 with a 36. I don't want to do this. Well, 314 technically. 314. Let me see if I can get the 2-2. I can get a 2-6 here, yeah. So there's a 2-6 here at $8, 161, but it's a fat fucking crap. We're talking $8 levels. $8 levels on SMCI. $8, bros. There's a fat fucking crab on SMCI. I don't know. It's gonna be a little bit far-fetched to get there. To get to $8 again, you kind of have to have like a whole, I don't know, a whole fraud thesis on this thing. I don't know. It's hard to pull off. But SMCI, fucking $8. $8 to the, on the nose too. That completion finishes right on the nose. Literally right on the, I might as well just draw this one. I'm posting this one on Twitter. Fuck it. It's really clean ratio. 1.6, 2.6, 1.8. You can get the 3.14s on there as well. 6.74. 8% tolerance if you got the XA leg. Some people do 3, some people do 5. You can extend up to 10%. 6.18 and 8.86. All the ratios are aligning nice and clean here. From a risk reward, $8 on a company that had their CEO fucking going to jail for 30 years makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? So catch me at 8 on this dog shit company. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I had originally drawn the completion, the butterfly, at exactly $23, right at that. I think it was a 382 or the 0.5. I don't know. I just took off the Fibonacci, hit the target, and look how lower it got too. $20. So if we start breaking below 1736-ish, this fucking thing, you can really start seeing a lot of pain. A lot of pain. There is another harmonic on the daily I am seeing here as well. Taking it from this high to this low. This would inevitably be some sort of like an atom formation. 886, 112. I'll have to draw it better, but you know, we'll take the crab. We'll take the crab. We don't mind crabs. Let me get that going, by the way. What's going on, chat? What's going on? YouTube is live, by the way. It's all in the nest. Monologuing as we speak. Come up on stage. You got some takers to talk shit about whatever company you want. Really don't give a crap. Having some coffee. About to go for my second. Yeah, actually, let me post this one on the Twitter, by the way. That's what I was going to do. I started doing a little bit more emojis here. You know, let's see if we can consolidate the patterns into a 3-day. Yeah, we can totally consolidate the patterns. It's going to be a little bit more clean. The candles here, 6-1. Yeah, we'll just do that one, 6-1-8. There you go. All right, we're going to get rid of the lines. And then we're going to get my face on there. It'll be a little bit more obnoxious. Can't go wrong with that. Then we got the crab. Another day. Are you still looking at MVTS, by the way? I know you were talking about that ticker. We're going to take a look at MVTS. That whole NVIDIA play is looking really juicy. That whole NVIDIA play is looking really interesting. Right? So, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. TradingView really needs to fix their emoji. Dude, can you imagine this fucking thing going all the way back down to $8? Can you imagine SMCI going to $8? $8. I firmly don't see it, to be honest with you, but you know what? You just don't. You never know. What do I know? I'm not a fucking mind reader. Just trade the charts. SMCI. So I'm posting this chart right now. SMCI. Okay, that's gonna be in the purple pill. I'm not gonna get rid of the YouTube. purple pill. Reconnect. The hell? SMCI. That's in the purple pill. Getting killed on Bull. Any hope for future? Fuck yeah. Bull? Are you kidding me? We got a long on Bull. I'm gonna long Bull. I'm gonna buy some calls. I've been really thinking about it. So if you take a look at the YouTube channel, I'm live right now. So we got this target here at exactly 497. We got this crab. Look at this. Crabs are really fucking deep. Long tails, I call them. Really long tails. Look at this tail here. All right, this completion is exactly at 493, 497, however have you. But if it hits my target at 493, 495, 497, whatever have you, I am very comfortable to long there. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial professional. I'm not responsible if you lose money. Go seek one out. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, Bull, Webull, I'm looking at that range, that zone, and I'm going to buy calls. I saw calls, $10 strikes, 336 days out, a year out. They were going for 46 cents, 46 cents. I saw them go between 43 and 47, then 43, 46. I'm buying calls on Webull. I don't care. I'm buying calls. Once it hits my target, I really don't give a fuck. That's just me. I'm buying calls. You mean to tell me a company that actually has a working product doesn't seem scammy in my opinion? Trading at $5.13 and we're going to just not look at this fucking thing? I'll tell you what people won't do. People won't buy at these lows because everybody wants to fucking chase. Everybody's chasing a fucking already a preemptive move already. Moves that already happened. How about we get into fucking shit that actually makes sense at lows? And I dare you guys to hold shit like that. No, because everybody's fucking chasing tails. Most of the fucking time. Coach, what you right there on the chat still at N768. I remember, bro, you've been on this fucking NVTS train for literally months since I started streaming. I'll never forget that, by the way. You've been a true fan, bro. You've been following me since the beginning of time, so I appreciate that about you. I really do appreciate that about you. I'm looking at spaces now. I'm in between two things. I got YouTube, I got the space. What's going on, Butters? Pleasure to have you.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Hopefully everything's well. By the way, everyone's being recorded on YouTube. Just a heads up, full disclaimer. Full disclaimer. Yeah, let's take a look at NVTS real quick. Thank you for reminding me. Ooh! I charted this many weeks ago or a couple days ago. There's a bunch of things I have on this chart. Let me go see exactly what the hell I drew up here. Price action religiously bouncing makes nice gains. That's what I wrote here. So where is that? All right, so that trend line. Oh shit, so $8 seems to be the next support on NVTS, bro. Let me turn on my regular candle structure. Let me see what we got going on right now. So, you obviously you're struggling to officially break above 1041 roughly. You got this ascending channel here making higher lows. That's really good. So there is going to be at some point it's going to hit an apex and it's going to break out on the daily. Let me see the 3-day time frame real quick. Turning on regular candle structures. Yeah, bro. This thing actually, it's almost at support at roughly $8. So coming at almost at your average of 768. I mean, you're in good hands regardless, man. You're in good hands. The problem is like it's a growing company, right? They work in semiconductors, and we're at war, right? Now I'm not getting into the whole finance situation, but I heard that they use helium, which, by the way, I got to take a look at. Helium is used to create these semiconductors or chips or whatever the fuck you have them. So I got to look at helium. Actually, that's a great segue to helium. I'm going to set an alert right now, actually, on NVTS. Dude, I had an alert already. 8:47. Look at that one. Dude, right on the nose. Look at where price action literally bounced off. Literally at 740. What is it? Hold on. This thing fucking almost hit the alert system on this thing. Hold up. 848, and my alert was exactly at 847. 1 cent. 1 cent. Can you fucking believe that? Because that was another area to find support on this. That's why I had it there. Oh my god. We got the Fashion Investor. Dude, they really updated the app. They made it clean. They really did a good update. What's going on? Good morning. Good fucking morning. There was one more ticker that you were looking at. Another day, another trade. Do you remember? I know there was one more. All right, while we do that, let me go take a look at helium. Perfect segue into this whole semiconductor bullshit. Helium tickers. Helium. HNT I see here. HNT $1.24. Is this really? No, that's a coin. Let me see what happens. HNT USD. What the fuck? Helium commodities. Helium. Helium market. Pulsar helium. Gold invest. Helium 1. HNT. Yeah, this is the one. HNT USD. I don't know, but it's coming back as a crypto. What the fuck is it? Anybody know helium commodities tickers? What are they? Just type in helium, I'm assuming. Let me see. Helium. Alright, I don't know why it's becoming a problem to invite you, Georgie.
I'm good. I'm up here.
Yeah, I had to manually add speaker. Bro, this app, honestly, I thought it was going to fix itself, but...
It is trash. There's only like 20 people that work on it. The whole...
Can you imagine? You know what's funny? I wouldn't even doubt that. Like, how Elon is being, you know, penny pitching. I agree with you on that.
You were asking about the helium commodity? The helium trades as a commodity?
I don't know.
I don't think it does. Maybe.
I'm trying to Google it. I don't see anything. I just see like a shit coin up here. To be honest with you.
I got a ticker whenever you're ready.
Go ahead, give me that. I prefer that than
PATH. I've got PATH path, the UI path. I've got a position for May, but I'm questioning it. The chart looks constructive here, but
ooh, dude, take a look at the YouTube, bro. I didn't even touch this harmonic right here. This was a fucking clean one. All right, so the 3-day, that candle, I don't like that candle on the 3-day. Struggling to break above the 382, 12 bucks. It's hit that target multiple times, but it looks like it's inside an ascending channel, which is really good. It's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, higher flat highs, higher lows. Looks good. Higher lows. Looks like it wants to try and you know, reclaim the 382, 1208. Let me see what the EMAs. Let me see the EMAs. Daily below the 50, below the 2. Yikes. Yeah. Let's not break 1155. Let's not break 1155. There is a lot of heavy support there. 1155. I do have a bunch of volume nodes here, so 1155 would be another area of support, not financial advice. I'm not a financial professional. If you lose money, I am not responsible.
Coming to your house, man.
Woo! It's almost reclaiming fucking, it's got to break that fucking range, man. It's almost at, I'll tell you right now, break 1240, this thing's going to fucking fly. Break above the 50, even better. But, yeah, it looks good. Ascending channel for now, but 1155 seems to be another area of support there if it comes back.
Hey, I know you posted about NET, Cloudflare. you still like that? Probably. Like, what's your kind of target for that?
I had actually the only reason why, believe it or not, the only reason why I charted this was because some guy was on Space talking shit, and then I don't know. I just said, "Hey, congratulations, working there. The chart looks really good." And the guy freaked out and he fucking left. You know, I wasn't being conniving or anything. I was just like, "Hey, nice chart," and he worked there. Anyway, the only reason why I charted a net was because of him. Um, not being malicious. I literally just posted the chart and he ran away. I don't know why. Anyway, you know what I like about net? It's got valleys. If you look at the YouTube, it's live right now, so I don't know if you're on it, but it's got valleys. And I like these higher highs and higher lows. When you got valleys, you know, that's a good sign. If it breaks 260, that will confirm the third valley, and that's what we call 3 rising valleys, right? That's why I got this measurement rule up there. You got to break the 260, and the probability says up, right? If you look at LWLG, had 3 rising valleys. Alibaba, 3 rising valleys. These kind of patterns are absolutely very good, very bullish, very bullish. You're above the 50, you're above the 2. Look at the RSI, center's looking juicy. MACD crossing the signal line on the weekly on top of that. That screams what? That screams bullish. And plus the positive DI above, confirmation line 25, aka everything's looking juicy on this fucking thing. So if you're actually in this, congratulations, bro. Congratulations. I got a target at 481. Ridiculous number, but you know, what do I know? I'm just following the measurement rules.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. What do they do again? You know, I really don't fucking look at companies.
Cloudflare, sort of networking services. Like, you can have them host a website for you or sit in front of it to kind of block malicious actors from reaching your network.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Are you into cybersecurity? Because there's this company, CMBM. I don't know if
I thought it was gonna run like a couple weeks ago, but it never really did. So I don't know. Maybe it's ready now. I haven't really looked again.
Okay, you sound like a finance bro. I was gonna ask you why did it have such a ripper like all of a sudden? I try to look, I don't see anything. CMBM. It's network security or cybersecurity, whatever have you. So 26% on Friday, dude. It's insane.
Oh, that's the digital forensics company out of Israel. Is that right?
Oh shit, is it? I thought that would be VLN.
Maybe. I thought that. I heard about it maybe a month ago.
Let me see. I'm gonna go.
Wow.
I'm gonna go on the website right now. Let's see what this is.
Look at that move. Jeez.
Yeah. Pullbacks is imminent, but wow. Let me turn on my volume. Hold on. What happened to the volume here? Yeah, that thing moved. Another day, another trade. Oh, he's still there. Yeah, I don't see my... What the fuck happened to the volume? Alright, that's not showing. Alright, moving on. Anybody want to come up on stage? Let's go over some tickers. Oh, Wise, get your ass up here, bro. Where you been? Where you been?
Here, you want to get start? Look at DFAM.
DFAM.
No, Bob, Frank, Albert, Mary.
All right, gotcha. Be fan. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I can get behind this. Hold on, let me see something here. Scallop is good. Did not really form the scallop, which is not bad at all either. Rectangle top. Ooh, actually it's in a range, above the 50 on the 4. You're about to smack the 20. You are on the 20. EMA. Literally, you're right above it. That's a good sign. You got that rolling 50 right under it. Alright, so you definitely got a lot more upside. 8% more or less if it touched that 50. You might get hit with a rejection. Algos will trigger, obviously, but that's totally fine. But Yeah, this thing is not up and to the right. So, yeah, I like this, actually. And I like the consolidation phase that's in right now, too, as well. Rectangle tops is what we call this. After the prevailing move to the upside, you're never really breaking a key area support level, roughly. I'm just going quickly over, like, around 776. So the fact that it's consolidating up here is really good. So buyers are finding value up here.
Correct.
Yeah, holding the line here. I like that. I like how it's above the 20 daily as well. You get your little shitty scalpers when they start seeing EMAs acting as support, not resistance. And now you start farming higher highs and higher lows. So that's essentially really, really good here. Keep this one on your radar. Let's fucking go, bro. Let's fucking go. This one's
Tell you
going...
another one to
Go ahead.
keep. Well, I think you already know it is MTZ.
Yeah, you know who started talking about? You did for sure a couple weeks ago. And then one of my Discord members just started talking about it. And that's infrastructure, right?
Correct.
Yeah, he's obsessed with this one. He's obsessed, especially during these times.
I think I started talking it around 210, something like that.
Yeah,
It's on my timeline.
I remember you talking about it. Literally weeks. I'm talking 2 weeks ago, something like that, bro.
No, I've been in it for a while.
Well, when I was in the spaces, you were there,
Yeah.
and then you spoke on it. I'm sure
Yeah,
you
I
were
do.
definitely in.
I just kept quiet about it because I was told it was an overpriced construction company.
I mean, we still need boots on the ground, essentially, right? We still need guys to build the fucking rooftops and the data centers and all that good stuff.
No. It's bigger than that.
Well, I'm not a finance bro. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more.
Okay, I'll elaborate. Yes, it is data centers. It's all that. But now you've got a big oil concern going on. And now you've got everything going on with Canada, Mexico, and the USA coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this company was the one that had the project signed, sealed, and delivered to build the Keystone Pipeline. That got canceled. What do you think the odds are? Maybe it's running because Trump might want to put that pipeline deal back together again.
Very high.
There you go. There's my 2 and 2 on that company.
You know what's even better? There's a descending scallop on this as well. I'm posting this one right now. Look at the chart on this fucking thing. Oof. Guys, you know, it looks like up and to the right, but, you know, ascending scallops, there is a magic number we look for. Look at that J. Look at that beautiful fucking J on this
Which
fucking...
one do you want? MTZ?
Yeah, I'm on MTZ. I'm on my channel right now. I'm live charting this thing.
I don't have to tell you about Babcock Wilcox. That thing just keeps going.
Badcock. Well, I'll pull it up here.
BW.
Thank you for that. I'll cue it. So typically on ascending scallops, now I'm gonna go on a little monologue. Typically on ascending scallops, ladies and gentlemen, you want to look for a 32% sweet spot. Okay, 32% retracement sweet spot. Sometimes you get the 24, sometimes you get the 32. It doesn't really matter. This thing had a dick move up only, and typically we want to see at least a 32, but you're not always going to get your averages, so you have it 18% to the backside. So 382, 256, 23. This is what we look for another ripper. And ascending scallops also form mini ascending scallops. For those of you that don't know what the hell that means, you form little J's. All right, little J's, backward J's. That's what they're called. So if I were to get back on MTZ, this thing is absolutely going to fucking... I mean, if I show you guys the measurement rule off of these ascending scallops, guys, I kid you fucking not. I don't like doing measurement rules because the numbers become retarded and out of the realm of like, really, it's going to get there, guys. Measurement rules are not biblical, okay? We just use these as a way to assess a chart. There is literally a target at 542 once it breaks the highs again at 316.19. Ascending scallops, there's a fucking target at 542 on MTZ, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, it's going to get its pullback. Obviously, the markets don't go dick up only. Respect the retracement, which it will have. But I believe once we get back to 256, 23, that thing is going to break the highs, 315.26 roughly, 316.36, and then one day hit 542. I cannot give you guys timeline. Okay, I don't use GAN boxes. I wish I did, but that's the measurement rule. So fucking yeah, MTZ, put this one on your chart. Put this one on your radar, guys. Holy shit, this fucking thing is up. Beautiful chart. You know, there's. Whoa! Who was?
I just put that through trades. That's
I love that. I need more. I need more of that, bro. I need more of that. Yeah, put this one on your radar, folks. Do you know there's another one, Butter? It's FLR.
Yeah, got that one too.
Yeah, I'm in that one, actually. I was trading that up and down the last week. And then also my, the other little mini ticker that I mentioned the other day, OCC. Nice breakout on that monthly resistance line. But nobody's talking about it because it's not sexy. BW. Let's take a look at BW real quick. Oh yeah, look at these valleys. Yeah, see, this is. Yeah, that's a valley. Ooh, that's actually the second valley. 1, 2. You never really broke above that. Oh yeah, this is a second valley. So these are fucking really good charts. So this is what we call 3 rising valleys, ladies and gentlemen. 3 rising valleys. If you guys want to see the measurement rule off this one's even better. Well, actually, it's not as better as the ascending scallop, but 3 rising valleys is essentially the top 5 continuation patterns in the entire Bilowski site. All right? There is a world. There is a world. This thing, I'm just quickly going to chart this one because I pretty much, oh no. I pretty much know the measurement rule off the top of my head. Roughly, where the fuck is it? Roughly the peak high of this one at 111. Wait, BW is only trading? Oh, yeah. So at some point, this thing can get to 28 bucks, 28.67. We'll just aim for 30. But the measurement rule, once you break above 1622, break the previous high, it's going to come back down, make another valley. That's going to form the third valley. There's a target at 28.84 if it breaks the highs. But it's got to come down, form another valley to the downside, hit a support line. Most of the time, you do want to break the previous high, which is 11.12. If it gets there, bounces up, there you go. That's your measurement rule at 28.84. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, God. The stream. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening with OBS. 1 second. Fucking A, dude. Does this every fucking time, dude.
There's another guy that brought that to a lot of people. Blunt House Trades. I know his numbers up around 28, 29, and then up to 40.
Oh, he got.
Very good. Yeah, he's the one that brought it to a lot of people. Down around the dollar mark.
Yeah, this one's on my radar right now, dude. Yeah. Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Look at the fucking. Look at that.
what's that ticker? What's the ticker, please?
BW.
Thank you.
No problemo, bro. No problemo. Yeah, so if we got the same targets, yeah, we're seeing the same thing. Yeah, I'm catching this. If it gets back down to 11 bucks, roughly or so, I'll keep my alert up there, down there, excuse me. And, yeah, you're going to catch me there. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. If you lose money, I'm not responsible. Go seek a professional. I am not one. Thank you. Full disclaimer. I'm putting 1132 here. Yeah, this is actually a really good fucking chart. Really great chart. Anybody know what's going on with photonics, guys? I'm seeing, this reminds me of the whole AI bubble. I mean, the whole AI movement. You know, is that actually have some legs? Do we actually have the technology? Did we figure out photonics? Is it going to be the NVIDIA killer? Does anybody have that sort of information? Please come up on stage, or if anybody in the panel already knows about it, please talk about it.
What do you want to know about it?
Is it going to be the next NVIDIA killer? GPU destroyer, whatever they call it?
Well, you look at Light. Light followed up NVIDIA, right, for the last year and a half.
LITE.
LITE.
Let's take a look at LITE.
We first charted that with Shaw. It was in the $50 range. 54, 55. Somewhere around there.
I'm looking at
About a year and a half ago.
Hey, Butters, who was it that called out this Babcock Wilson first that you remember?
I can tell you exactly what was Blunt House Trades.
Is that with Bruno and these guys?
No. I brought it to Bruno probably around 11 when he started talking about that a while ago.
Nice.
I
You guys are on these 10Xers.
Blumhouse is really, really fantastic. I like his TA. Yeah, this thing is, it's a fucking chart. I'll tell you that much. LITE. Jesus Christ. You got a hanging man potentially forming on there. You got 10 days to close the monthly candle, but a hanging man potentially. It's sort of like a fucking doji. You want to call it evening stars, whatever have you. Looks like it wants to pull back a little bit, and it's inside a huge broadening ascending scallop, and then you have another mini ascending scallop. So yeah, this is definitely due for a nice little pullback, and then wait for the opportunity. But yeah, that's a fucking chart. That is very much a chart. Wow. So let's talk about AFRM real quick, ladies and gentlemen. If you're on the YouTube, it's touching that trend line, monthly trend line at that. So if things start looking good next week, if Trump actually fucking tacos, keep this one on your radar. AFRM, we got a harmonic, we got a double trend line here, and there's a rolling 50 there potentially acting as support. So these are one of these charts that again, add support, and do what you got to do. I'm not here to hit the buy or sell button for you. You do that. Keep that one on your radar. SoFi absolutely getting fucking destroyed, guys. Absolutely getting annihilated. But if you look at the chart, it looks like a monthly bottom. You never really mitigated the 1680-ish. You did touch it, but you're not breaking below it. Again, if Trump tacos, another one, all-time low. I got a harmonic, not all-time low, excuse me. I got a harmonic down here. We never really, it hasn't really, how do you say, conceptualized to the upside yet. So that's another one that potentially, if things look good, SoFi is another one potentially that can make another ripper at some point. BARK, absolutely 20% downside. And now you are getting a terminal candle on the daily. Let me confirm that. Yeah, terminal candle on the daily. I think the news was Fugazi. If you like trading off of these knife plays, I'm a knife catcher. I love these fucking I love these sell-offs and trading the trend, right? And you guys know harmonics. I look at the 382 ratio for potential exit zone, but not financial advice. So that being said, keep that one on your radar as well. SMCI, I gotta fucking target at $8, guys. I really cannot. I don't even know what's happening with this company, but I got target at $8.
I just messaged Blunt, see if he'll come in here, but I put his stuff up above. He's a great chart guy to follow too.
Yeah, guys, follow Blunt. He's the one that told me about the 1000 SMA, and once I back tested it, yeah, that changed the game for me.
That's the hidden rule that we've had for a little while, yeah.
That thing, bro, oh man, I'm so glad I was in one of those spaces.
I know exactly where you were, yeah. Here's another interesting one. It's a natural gas shipping play. Greek company ships out of Texas. 6 big boats on the water shipping natural gas. They were one of the ones that went through the Strait of Hormuz. Ticker is DLNG. Look at that one also. DLNG. David Larry Natural Gas.
Perfect. Let's go. Whoa! Hunter Mama. You see, I like that. Okay? There is... Oh, man. These are absolute bangers. See, these are good charts. Look at this channel, folks. Take out your goddamn parallel channel or your... this tool, regression trend, excuse me. Take it from the low to the high. Look at that. It does the channel for you guys on TradingView. Take your regression channel from the low to the high. Look at that upward. Yeah, dude, this one's definitely on my radar. Absolutely. Good shit, fucking butters, dude. Holy God. See, these are nice charts. Above the RSI is above the center line. MACD crossing the signal line. The positive DI is still above the 25 for confirmation. ADX calling down. Still above the 50 and the 200. And the fact that it's coiling. Whoa. Now, obviously, there's a hard-ass wall exactly around that volume average high at 424. But You keep touching that top end. It looks like it wants to break out. Friday tried to break out. Let's see what kind of candle that was. Looks like it's gonna be that could be a bearish stick sandwich, but we don't know until Monday. We don't know until Monday. Yeah, dude, this one's actually nice. Got a volume average high around 429, 426. So if it breaks that high, bro, there's literally no liquidity on the upper end. That thing can start flying to the moon, bro. It can literally peak right back up at 565. Yeah, this one's on my right. Good shit. Butters! This man knows what the fuck he's doing, bro. This guy always finds some good shit. You've always been the one to find the things up and to the right. I never really like those. For me personally, it's not my style. But when you find shit like this that are getting ready to pump, this is the shit I look for. Follow Butters, guys. I'm putting this one on the Discord real quick. Appreciate that. Blonde. What's up, Blonde? I just realized you're down there. Alpha, come up.
I just want to take a moment to call out the extremely stacked panel here and listeners also. Look at this. We've got Heather Karang, Blonde Capital, my gosh, BF Hammer. Learn a lot from these. Concerned Citizen, Wise, C Fox, really great panel. Thank you for having me here, Trades.
No problem. I just looked at the space right now because I'm looking at YouTube and then looking at the computer. I'm all over the place. Yeah, awesome stuff. Good to see you guys. Welcome aboard. Yeah. Come up on stage, Blonde. You know, like, invite to speak. Blonde, you got to talk about water. Remind people about water. People are not looking at water. I think it's a great time and opportunity to talk about water.
Good morning, everyone. Is anyone thirsty? You may be in the next few years, as water prices will go up. Mostly now, individual bottled water prices may go up in the near future because guess what? A lot of bottled water is made out of what? Plastic. What is plastic made out of? Oil, petroleum. So be on the watch out for packing materials. I don't have any stocks right now at hand, but if you do a quick Grok search, I bet you some would pop up.
I'll give them out. I'll freely give these out. So I do have some water plays. There might be one or two that's mixed in my watch list. Sorry guys, I haven't really filtered out, some tickers I find, I just paste them in there, but I'm just going to give you guys a list, so have your pens and papers ready. If not, it's all recorded on the YouTube channel. It's on the NAS, guys. So here's some water plays. I'll repeat them. So starting off with AWK, PHO, MSEX, PEGRF, ARTNA, ECL, NWPX, PNR, FIW, WTRG, SCWO, TDW, MOO, FLS. I don't think I have Prim in here. I'll just say whatever. I don't think that's water, but whatever. PRIM, and last but not least, LMNR. Again, there might be 3 or 2 that's not water. Sorry about that, but the others, for sure, are water. I think water is a segment no one's really touching on. Blonde is ahead of the game, at least in my opinion. Yeah, it would make a lot of sense. Water, it's essential need. We all need it. Hello. Water's not going anywhere. And you can definitely make money off of it.
Yeah, and to that, can you check out the chart for KDP, Keurig Dr. Pepper Inc.? Speaking of being thirsty, it looks like despite choppy earnings and some inflation, they are looking to grow and expand through some aggressive acquisitions this year. So that could be an interesting ticker to look at if you enjoy coffee and soda beverages.
Sure thing. I will absolutely. I'm looking at it right now on the YouTube. 100%. It definitely looks like it wants to get back down to key area support at 2540, below the 50 and the 2. But we will keep an eye on this one for sure. For sure. Dr. Pepper. Wait, is this the Dr. Pepper?
This is Keurig and Dr. Pepper, yes.
Oh, okay, Keurig, the coffee maker. They got the machine, you pop it in the thing, and then, okay.
Yep. They're looking to make some aggressive acquisitions. This may be an interesting company that may gain momentum. I stumbled upon it earlier this week, and I'm like, oh, interesting. They're quietly making moves.
And you have a nice rounding top, more or less. And rounding tops are a very powerful pattern. Continuation. Top 3, actually. Yeah, if it gets back to support, yeah. $25, this thing could, you're gonna see some interesting things happen here. Huh. It's definitely got a bear channel though on the monthly, but we'll yeah, this one's on my watch list. I'm gonna keep a very close eye on this downward channel as we speak, but like you said, it's trying to make some moves, so maybe when the day comes this thing actually might start picking up. So it's getting affordable. We'll leave it there. $25. Interesting. I'll put an alert on this one. I appreciate that one. 26.31. I do like things at discount. Absolutely. Wow, look at the fucking channel. Yeah, this thing had a massive move since February 2009. Look at this movement, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this movement. Jesus, Keurig. So it's had since 2009 up until peak high 2022, it's up 2,000%. From that peak high, from where we are now, roughly, it's only had a 38% pullback. Yeah, that's pretty good if somebody held it all the way down there. And I didn't realize, they've been a company for well over, 10, 15 years now?
Time flies.
Yeah, you can say that again. Wow. It's a good one. Alpha, what's going on, dog? I know you DM'd me. Sorry, I'm just not looking at it. What's going on, bro?
Hey, good morning, Sandy. Sam, what's going on, brother? Good morning to the panel.
Same shit, different smell. What you got for me?
I just enjoying the view here in Miami. I'm actually down here in the new financial district called Brickell. I don't know if you're familiar, but this is like little Wall Street down here in Miami. I sent you a play that I'm been adding to. I'm really excited about this company. Ticker symbol is O, P as in Paul, T as in Tom, X-ray. It's a photonics AR optics play. They're in drone, they're in military, they're in medical. Great little company to look at, man.
OPTX?
You got it.
Got a fat harmonic up here. And you have another ascending scallop. Very nice. Oh, so this is a perfect, okay, so this is literally textbook ascending scallop. Guys, watch the YouTube. And since we've been looking at ascending scallops literally 2 or 3 charts ago, I want you guys to pay attention to how these ascending scallops form. Look at this small retracement, right? Look at this small retracement. Look at these J's, powerful. Turn on your Heiken Ashi for my TA traders. Turn on your Heiken Ashi. Okay? Now all we're going to do is, after these ascending channels, we're going to take the info bar and we're going to retrace it, right? From the high to the low. What did I say about 32%? If you're watching the YouTube channel, it's on the NES. I'll wait. Hit the like button, by the way, if you guys haven't done so already. And please, if there's a dislike button, also hit that button. We got to trigger the fucking algos on that end as well. More haters, the more substance. But anyway, look at this ascending scallop here. Massive upward momentum. I said 32% retracement. It's not always accurate, but you look for 32% retracement. What happened to OPTX once it hit a high? Came right back fucking down, 46%. But what happened then? Yeah, mini ascending scallops, mini J's. In this case, it found the bounce. Technically, almost looked like it bounced off the 3-day 20 EMA. But at the same time, price found the low, and then price action continued onward, right? People found value. But that's exactly when you're playing ascending scallops, especially on a broadening higher time frames. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what we call continuation pattern. Continuation for the TA traders out there, not the regular Joes. These are powerful continuation patterns. You always got to look for, they look like J's, backward J's. And then obviously sweet spot 32, it's never as accurate. It's never static. Obviously the market is not absolute. If you think the market is absolute, well, I can sell you a fucking beach house in Arizona, guys. And then you look for the continuation pattern setup. Now, let me go back to the candle formation. It looks like it's consolidating. A nice little. Now, it is forming something called and I don't want to say this, but it looks like it's forming also what we call a V-top extension. So keep your eyes out on a V-top extension formation. That's technically a bearish trend about to ensue. So if it breaks what I see here on the 50, on the daily, that's not going to be good. So look at this A pattern, and then you got this like ascending channel here. If you're watching the YouTube, I'm showing it live as we speak. This is what we call V-top extension. Google it, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know what that is, Google it. In the age of AI, no one should be this stupid. All right? I'm retarded, but I'm not stupid. All right? I do Google shit. This is what we call V-top extension. We cannot lose that 50, otherwise it can come back down to 503. 503. All right, this thing can potentially get back down to 503. So let's not lose that 50 on the daily, but everything else looks interesting here. And typically with V-top extensions, they look like ascending wedges. Okay, flat highs and then making higher lows, but eventually that apex, if you guys don't know what apex is, essentially when you're crunching down towards a symmetrical end of a, let's say, wedge, that's what we call the apex. And it looks like, it looks like it's breaking down. But again, don't lose that 50 is all I'm saying.
Sammy, since you're talking about semiconductors and photonics, there's another one called SIBE. Cybers Semiconductors. It's a Swedish company. You got to trade it on the international market or IBKR. It's done probably, I don't know, 70 or 80% this week.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one. I pulled up IBKR and also, what was SI?
S. Sam Indigo Victor Edward.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh! Oh! Let's fucking... Oh! Dick up only dildos, man. Holy shit, bro. Oh! Yeah. So this one, another... literally fucking... Another ascending Scott. Dude, this is... I'm seeing a theme here, ladies and gentlemen. I am seeing a theme. I am literally seeing a theme here.
This company supplies to a few North American companies, so it's interesting. It's been a good run so far.
Yeah, no, and it's getting the pullback. And again, we're gonna... Oh, this one's another one that we got to keep an eye on. Obviously, look at your candles. Know about candle formation theory, structure formations, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know about that, highly recommend learning at least naming top 20 candles, at least learning them. Anyway, point is, look at this candle here. This is what we call a bearish belt hold here, where we are right now on the daily. A bearish belt hold is a continuation bearish trend about to ensue, and you broke below the March 18th candle. So it might have a little bit more downside, but because you had such volume in this thing, this could be just a small retracement. Hold on, let me pull up the Fibonacci's here. You hit the 236, very good. If it gets back at 6.9, I am not financial advice. I'm not a financial professional. If you lose money, I am not responsible. Now that I got the disclaimer out the way, I'm looking at the 3269. That would be a key area support. That would be a very nice key area support. I mean, it might get there, but I really like this pullback. And it's got the bearish belt hold candle set up too as well. Yeah. Looks like an upside, looks like a 2 upside crow. Gap up to, it's called 2 crow gap upside, if I remember correctly. I gotta pull it up on the book. But anyway, yeah, this looks really good. This looks really good. Let me see what's it look like on the EMAs here. Wow, you're way above the 20. Holy shit. And you're above. Oh! I just caught that. There's a fucking golden cross that just happened on Friday, folks. That just happened on Friday. I wonder if that has significance, which I think it does. Sometimes, well, the thing is, guys, if you didn't know about this Golden Cross, there is a significance between displays between the 50 and the 200. Depending on the distance of the 50 and the 200, the Golden Cross has significance of the move that might happen. Sometimes they set themselves up before it happens or crosses or converges, whatever have you. But this thing is absolutely doesn't look like it's done. Now, I think this has something to do with a catalyst. Sever Semiconductor partner with 2 other costs. Yes, it does. That was 4 days ago, dude. This thing not only has it has news, but it's got a fucking Golden Cross that just hit. So now that you got the rolling 2 and the 50, they're going to act as support, no longer resistance. Yeah. God damn. Put this one on your radar, SIV. This one is much more important, in my opinion. In my opinion. Wow. Good fucking ticker, bro. SIV. Hold on. I'm just going to put this one on the Discord. Shout out to Butters. Give him a follow, guys, please. Give him a follow. Let me see what else here real quick before I move on to the next. The MACD, yeah, so this is definitely due for a retracement. Scalding on the positive DI. We're scalding way too much. Good stuff, bro. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on that 3268. If it gets back there, we'll see if it's going to have a consolidation or reaction there. But yeah, fucking powerful, dude.
So one of the other companies they partnered with is called Poet Technologies. So a lot of people have heard about that one.
POET?
Yep.
Yeah, I think this one's a Photonics. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Toronto-based company.
Yeah, let me see here. So it's inside an ascending wedge channel. I like that. I haven't looked at this one in a while. There is one other Photonics play. LWLG. I haven't looked at that thing. I traded it last year. And literally as of 2 days ago, it had a fucking parabolic move. I do have a harmonic there. LWLG, folks. I'm not in this ticker. I really don't give a shit about Photonics right now. I think it might be Fugazi. I will have to take a closer look, but it is inside another 3 rising valleys. I'll get to that another day, but I am looking at Poet as we speak. So yeah, this is another one, ascending wedge channel, flat highs and making higher lows on support trend line here. Absolutely at it. Actually, this thing is at support at 586. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Keep this one on your radar, folks. This is another one. Poet is at another support line here on that trend line. Okay. So there is a flat wall on the higher end of this 785. So if it likes to bounce off the, damn it, now I have to put this one on my radar. God damn it. Shout out to Butters. Shout out to Butters. POET, put this one on your radar. Is that a key area support trend line? Likes to bounce off that as well. Could be a nice little swing trade. If you guys know me, I don't marry tickers. I move on to the next. This one, oh man, dude, this is really good support. I'm looking at this thing. Yeah, it's at a key area support. Keep POET if you like to swing trade. Yeah, this is another one. Good one. Let me put this one on the Discord as well. Shout out to Butters. Give him a follow.
Hey, Sammy, I got a robotics play for you. I've been heading to since $3.
Yeah, let's go. What didn't Jensen say that he was what is it? There's gonna be a $10 trillion in 10 years, $10 trillion? What did he say? That business is gonna boom around that number?
Yeah, ticker symbol is Alpha Mary Charlie Indigo.
AMCI, let's go. Let's see what we got. Whoa!
I love AMCI. I'm in it.
Whoa! I got a rare diamond pattern formation. Guys, if you're looking at the goddamn channel on YouTube, hold on. It's in the nest if you guys haven't done so. These are rare patterns. Diamond patterns are rare as shit. Are fucking rare, and it broke out of the apex. Literally.
Sammy,
go ahead.
Sammy, there's also another chart above that we did with Shaw, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago. It's up above for you too. Give you your confluence that you like.
Let's do it. Post it up there. Let's go. Dude, these are rare shit. I didn't even know I had one up. I had drawn this back in the day. What do we got on Shaw's patterns? Let me see what he got. Yeah, he's got the I call that the Galaxy. Yeah, he's got $12. It looks like it's got $12. Yeah. And it's actually at support again. All right. That candle pattern on the 3-day, folks. If it breaks below, this is more for the TA guys. So if you guys looking at the 3-day time frame, notice it's too bearish engulfing, right? If you mitigate 673, that is what we call a 3 inside down confirmation candle setup. Okay, if we break below 673, that's what we call 3 inside down. Don't believe me? Fucking Google it. It's on, everything I'm telling you. You can back test it. Okay, always back test what anybody tells you. Do not take trades blindly. Always do your own due diligence. By the way, folks. Anyway, but overall, it's that support. I love this thing. Actually, this one's another one going to be on my radar. AMCI.
This one's also got a small float, too. I think it's like 5 million tradable shares on this one. A lot of, I forget who holds a lot of it, whether it's insiders or financial, but it's there.
It's good. It looks really good. I like it because, it's at support, or at least it's coming down at support, and then we're going to see if it's going to bounce off there. I just really like catching stuff at opportunity levels, and this is definitely coming back down. I mean, it had a nice rip at $9, $9.30. It smacked that 53-day time frame, the 50 SMA on the 3-day. It touched it twice and then came right back down, and it really did not break below 673. So I'm this is a good one to keep an eye on, folks. From a risk reward, it's at, it's almost coming back down to support, but it is a robotics play, and that's going to be a theme in the next couple of years. So keep this one on your radar. Good stuff, actually. Let me put this one back on the...
I've attached the picture of the robot dog, Kyra, that they make above here.
Okay. It's in the nest. I don't even know what they do. Let's see. Oh, it looks like Boston Dynamics. Is this any...
It's a little smaller, probably a much lower price point. Runs around all over the place.
Oh, shit. It looks like a DJI drone, but with legs.
That's right.
Oh, shit. Huh. Is this obviously in America? Right?
I'm not sure. I saw something about Japan in a quick read of AMCI.
Gotcha.
They may be from Japan originally or headquartered there. Maybe they were just presenting it.
I believe that's correct.
Dude, that has significance. Imagine when the grandmas want to start buying robots so they can help them with the groceries. That's where I see the big players coming in. Where I see value in these things. But, what do I know? It's a good chart, I'm not gonna lie. God damn it. Guys, I only have so much money. Okay? Alright, what else? What else? Marijuana tickers. What's going on with marijuana? I never ever touched marijuana in my life in terms of trading these charts, but I don't think we're getting any significant moves off of this. I don't think Trump's administration, so we're gonna just avoid weed tickers.
With OPTX that I've been adding since like the upper 40 level, and she's been moving pretty decent. Is ticker symbol Larry Alpha Sam Rover.
Laser. Oh, I've heard of this one, dude. I've heard of this one. Yeah, this thing is up and to the right. Up and to the right. Is this photonics or... No, right? Laser? Let's see. Semiconductor, laser, aerospace, and defense. Ooh. It's in aerospace. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Wow. It's finding support on that 3-day 20 EMA. It's bounced off there once, twice, 3 times, 4 times actually. Dude, if this thing ever gets around, if it ever pulls back around 55, 56, I'm a buyer here. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Not responsible if you lose money. Full disclaimer. 55. Yeah, you got me there, bro. Wow, what a fucking move. Holy shit. Dude, this thing is up only. I can't even... I just looked at... I'm only looking at the 20 EMA for a pullback on this thing. I mean, I see the candle here. You got a nice little, what we call a shooting star at the impulse. So that technically signifies a potential pullback on this thing. But I'm sure there's a rolling 5 or 10 EMA people can bounce off of. I don't have it up on my radar because I just don't trade off of EMAs like that. But yeah, this thing is powerful. And when we have these powerful moves, guys, one key thing to note when you're looking at, you know, these things that are overbought territory on the RSI, always remember above the mean or above the medium, technically above 50. If you don't mitigate 50, then technically it's a continuation run to the upside. So if you pull up the RSI on the daily, as long as you're above the 50, I know it looks ridiculous. Like, oh, it's going to get a pullback. It's going to get a pullback. Oh, I'm scared to put in. No. There's a way to trade these things. Just stay above the 50 on the RSI. Okay? Don't mitigate it. Okay, then the trend is still intact. Look at the MACD. Now, if you guys don't know or what is MACD, fine. Actually, it's irrelevant, especially when you have this sort of movement to the upside continuation. So RSI is really good to observe a trend continuation. Powerful chart too, bro. Good find. I wouldn't trade this personally, but you know, if you're in this, God bless, bro. Fucking God bless. Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations. Anybody doing energy? Anybody does energy? Like AXTI? This is one of those Serenity plays. What do you guys think about Serenity? You guys heard of that person? AXTI. And I think this one's Photonics, if I'm not mistaken.
Is indium phosphate or something like the key mineral, mineral they need for making the data centers and new chips? So it's something about indium. Stock Bully was talking about it. He's been on this run for a while.
AXTI, right?
Yes, right.
Let me see. Yeah, AXTI, guys, I mean, you know, again, I'm not into these sort of charts up and to the right, but if you guys are trend traders, especially the EMAers, we call them, you know, this might be one you guys want to take a look into. I mean, it has been making parabolic moves since April lows. It was trading at $1.16, and look at where it's at right now. 60. It peaked at 60.74, ladies and gentlemen. 60.74, and yeah, it's ridiculous, but you know, the theme is very, it's defined. You know, everybody's looking at photonics now, so. Semiconductor, photonics, like, that's the theme right now. AXTI. I already spoke on LWLG. That one I got a chart. Actually, let me remind myself. It's actually doing 3 rising valleys, continuation. That one still got some legs. WYFI, WYFI. If anybody knows anything about that. I was looking at this one. It's at another area of support. Kind of broke below it. But I like finding things that absolutely knifed and breaking below trend. So we can potentially buy opportunity. MBIS. So a lot of data center plays. I think they had a pullback as well. APLD. Let me see what's happening. Irene is another one. IREN. I haven't looked at these yet, but yeah, Irene is interesting. Let me see what's happening with Irene, actually. Oh, it's in a little bear channel. Nice little bear channel. Yep. Bear flag, whatever have you. Downward channel. Yeah, if you guys are looking for Irene, potential short opportunity, there is a 2x leverage ETF downside, IREZ. Let me just make sure I'm getting that correct. IREZ. Yeah, 2x short Irene in a little bear channel, bear flag, whatever have you. There is a trend line to the upside. It keeps rejecting, so you know the market continues to shit itself. You can hedge against your portfolio. IREZ. Keep that one on your radar. Irene. 2x leverages are really juicy, by the way. Inverse, short bear side. SM. Let's take a look at SM. I see you posted his chart. Whoa! Dude, this thing fucking gapped and gapped and gapped. Oh, it's got a triple gap. I haven't seen that in a while. No, it's got a double gap. I haven't seen that in a while. Holy shit. If you saw the candle on March 19th of 2026 on SM, you would be shitting your bricks. Everybody would be bailing. Everybody would be fucking bailing. And look at the candle on Friday that printed. Who would have thought?
Yeah, it's a beautiful chart.
Absolutely. Everybody in the mother seeing that daily candle on March 19th on Thursday would be bailing, bro. And the fact that you have a bullish engulfing that printed on Friday, they wish they would have held, right? But we're not mind readers. We're not magicians. We're not fucking Houdini. We take profits. We're in the green. But who would have thought? Look at the gap and then the upper gap. That's insane. That's fucking insane. What is this thing, by the way? Oh, energy. Okay.
Yeah, oil exploration and stuff like that.
Holy shit. Wow. I'm looking at that. Jesus Christ, that's fucking amazing. PZG. Let me see. Somebody was talking about PZG, folks. So this is a knife play. PZG. I think this one's non-energy minerals. Yeah, Paramount Gold. Now this is laterally with gold. Obviously, gold is taking a shitter. Speaking of gold, let me double check here. Let me double check gold real quick. I haven't looked at gold. VTOP extension on gold. We spoke on this on my stream a couple days ago. We do have, it's actually at support 236 here. So we're going to see monitor if it wants to start consolidating down at these lows. VTOP extensions technically are very bearish. They typically mean more continuation to the downside. So monitoring gold at 44.67 right now as we speak. Look at the daily RSI. MACD crosses signal line to the downside. Negative DI above the 25 confirmation. Plus, you have the ADX rolling if you're into the DMI oscillators. Highly recommend that. But there is potentially more continuation to the downside. There is a potential where it can get to 42.35 back at that 382. If you guys don't know what the I'm talking about, turn on the YouTube channel. It's all being charted. But anyway, PZG. So if gold does not continue to shit itself, take a look at PZG trading at $1.61, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a nice little mean reversion play to the upside if things start picking up for gold. I mean, it's $1.61, folks. This company literally is trading at $1.61 and just follows gold. So could be a nice potential opportunity once gold actually picks itself up. Somebody was going to say something.
So if you want to talk about energy services, this chart's phenomenal. I know a couple people I've mentioned it to before. Look at LBRT.
LBRT. Liberty Energy. Hello! Whoa! Hold up. You know I gotta get my obnoxious soundboard going. Hold up. Where is it? This is the one. Wow! Cross the Jesus Christ, you got the golden cross, you got the up and only support at that 20. Dude, this thing is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Bearish divergence class B, which is weaker of all the divs. Positive DI, absolutely bullish. Absolutely bullish. This thing still wants to go higher. This thing absolutely wants to go higher. That ADX coiling above the 42.51, never really ain't looking below. This thing wants more. This thing absolutely wants more. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't give entries or exits. And I'm not responsible if you lose money. Now I got the disclaimer out the way. Absolutely fucking banger chart. Actually, this is another one that I got to keep on my radar. ADX screams more continuation to the upside, folks. So if you think this thing is shitting itself, well, look at the 20 daily EMA again. When you have these moves, when you have tickers that are absolutely parabolic, just follow the EMA, see if they bounce to them, and then look left. Is it breaking trend? No. Is it bouncing off the 20 daily? Yes. If you look at the consolidation phase that it had back in Wednesday 31st of 2025, December 2025, look how many times it touched that 20 EMA before the liftoff. Before the liftoff. Look at that chart. Look at that chart. And nothing is screaming bearish yet. Even if you think you're getting a bearish setup, okay. Candles need to pull back. That's part of the game. It's about finding the opportunity once it hits support. Are you willing to take that chance? Obviously, the market's all a game of probability. You're taking chances regardless. No one's fucking perfect at this game, I promise you that, folks. But I am looking at that 20 daily EMA. I'm actually putting alert here right at 29.64 if it pulls back there for sure. And if it touches that 20 daily EMA, I'm going to keep a very close eye on this. But this thing absolutely wants to continue onward. Absolutely. Is this new price discovery, by the way? Yeah, let me take a look at the weekly. Oh, yeah, it broke into... Holy shit. Ho! And it's got a beautiful ascending... Oh, so beautiful. Look at that. On the weekly, guys, we just finished going over this. Look at the YouTube channel, guys. Nice little quick... nice little lesson here. Nice little lesson. This is a nice little practice. Remember that ascending scalp we were talking about? Look at this ascending scalp right here at these lows. Back in September 8th of 2025. Look at these J's. Look at these fucking J's. Pull it up. Remember what I told you? You can form other mini ascending scallops. Nice little TA lesson for you guys. Look at this. I'm going to show y'all. Remember the magic rule, 32%, right, folks? Remember that? All right, we're going to take the info line here. Take it from the peak high, peak low. Aha! Wow, 23%. What happens once they hit 23%? It retraced 23% if you use Fibonacci levels. Sometimes they could be the 236 or the 382, right? In this case, the 382 is a perfect ratio, and it's also a very powerful ratio for a continuation run to the upside, if you guys didn't know this. Look at the retracement off of this J, ladies and gentlemen. I'm streaming all live. It's on the Nest. The YouTube channel is on the Nest. And look at that pullback on the 382. And then what happened next, guys? When you think a run is over, look again. 23% retracement and then dick up only. Dick up only. So from the peak retracement, and that's exactly at the 382, look how much it has gone up. 120% off support. 1491, 382. Powerful. Powerful. Again, backtest what the fuck I'm telling you. Please, don't listen to me. Just backtest everything I'm telling you. Google it. Ascending scallops is a great way to observe continuation run to the upper side. To the upside. A lot of people don't know this. They just, they just do whatever. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, powerful chart. This thing absolutely wants more. What do they do? Like LBRT. What do they fucking do? Energy company provides service. Oh yeah, you spoke on this. God damn, this thing is fucking powerful, dude. Yeah, this one's on my radar. Yo, give Butters a goddamn follow, ladies and gentlemen. Please. Give this man a follow. Energy. Wow. Yeah, this one's on my radar, bro. This thing wants up. If I tell you guys the measurement rule, all right, I'm going to do it. Again, I normally don't like to do these because these numbers become astronomical. Again, pattern measurement rules are not biblical. They're just a way to assess the chart. So here we are again. I'm drawing the ascending break. It broke above that ascending scale week high. I mean, that daily high. 1920. There is a target up here at 3760. If you're looking at the YouTube channel. 3760. So that's where this thing is going. That's why I said this thing is absolutely looking for a continuation run to the upside. So we're already almost there. So we have what, $4 bucks left on this thing? $4 bucks left on this thing. Right? Once we broke above 1920, look at the probability in terms of odds continuation to the upside. So, very, very powerful chart. This thing still wants up. Not financial advice. Wow. We already got like 6 tickers, bro. Holy shit. All right, what else? If anybody wants to come up on stage, take advantage of me. I only do these once a week, guys. Maybe once every other week or whatever have you. Take full advantage of me because I'm feeling good. I got to get another cup of coffee, by the way. I do want to give some tickers out. So this is, let me give some free alpha. Let me give you guys free alpha. There is this one ticker that I do want to give. Just because I just want to give it. I really don't care about it. Where is it? Sorry, guys. Let me find the ticker. If anybody wants to fill, if anybody wants to take over, give me a second. Not UMAC. That fucking thing is up only. Where the hell is it? We were just charting this thing a couple days ago. Guys, I'm sorry. ASP. No, that's not the one. Jesus fucking Christ. It's an energy company. I don't know if it's FCEL, Plug, PLUG. It was one of those small caps. I like to find shit that no one touches. Plug. I think it's... Let me double check this one. I don't even think it was this one. No, it wasn't this one.
So you know how the fashion investor brought up indium phosphate earlier? Well, I was doing some reading on it, and it is a so it is a invisible bottleneck in the AI and AI data center industry. I'm pulling it up. It's used for high volume data transmission, fiber optics communications, and lasers within transceivers. For optoelectrics used in manufacturing, laser diodes, photodetectors, light emitting diodes, and modulators. This would be a great thing for Crispy to come in and talk about. The advantages of this particular material over other materials is that it has high speed electron mobility, nearly 10 times greater than silicone, allowing it to operate higher frequencies and faster speeds. So it's just more efficient. And it is the best substrate for producing low band gap materials for high speed laser generation and detection. It also performs better than other materials in high temperature environments, which data centers are, and under radiation, making it ideal for space and high power applications.
I'm sorry, which sticker is this one?
So this is in regards to indium phosphate and whatever companies he was giving you earlier. This is one of those things. Let me look.
You're getting me too excited right now, Blonde.
I know. I'm pulling up. Give me 1 second. So, key publicly traded tickers in this space would be Coherent Corp. So COHR. They're a leading manufacturer in INP wafers, investing heavily in expanding its 150 millimeter facility to support AI demand. So this goes back to the indium phosphate. Aluminum Holdings, Light was the one he gave you. There's another one also, AXT Inc. So AXTI is the ticker. They're a leading manufacturer of compound semiconductor substrates, including high performance indium phosphate. Another company is Macom Technology Solutions, MTSI. They develop high frequency semiconductors used in optical communications. And the last two that I've pulled up is ticker IQEPY. The company is called IQE PLC, a major supplier of advanced wafer products, including this material for the semiconductor industry. And then the last one, ticker SMTNY, and I'm going to butcher the name of this company as well. Sumitomo Electronics Industries, a key manufacturer of indium phosphate component.
What's the ticker for that one? That last one again?
SMTN as in Nancy Y.
That trades on the OTC, correct? Sumitomo.
Pink slips? Okay.
Yeah, Sumitomo is the company overseas.
Nice one, dude. I'm looking at the ones that are previously right now that she just mentioned. AXTI, absolutely. There is a target at... oh my God. Even if I talk about it, people won't believe me. AXTI has a target at 670, guys. A fucking... Who? King, get on Spaces. King, get on Spaces. I'm using Member Lounge for the soundboard, bro. Bye. He just had to be on there. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so anyway, AXTI 670. See, I know it's ridiculous, but it broke out of it monthly. Broke out of that 2000, broke out of that fucking consolidation high in the year 2000. So MTSI, this one actually looks like it wants to go up another leg here, forming again these valleys. These valleys, man. This is a powerful chart. MTSI. Holy shit, dude. King is about to get on real quick. Let me see if I can get him up on stage. He likes to target sectors when everything's taking a shitter. King likes to look at sectors where everyone can thrive. As the saying goes, there's always a bull market somewhere. So King Kent in my Discord, he likes to do research on that end. So if the market continues to take a plummet, he likes to look at areas where money might rotate to. MTSI, guys, put MTSI on your radar. This thing making another valley looks like it wants more upside. Oh my god, this one's got to be on my radar like ASAP actually. Yeah, it's gonna be on the radar ASAP. Look at it, you really mitigate. It's got a bull. Look at the candle, March 9th, 2026, guys. March 9th, MTSI. Look at that candle. That is what we call a bullish piercing line. A bullish piercing line. Okay? That is signifying continuation to the upside. Once you print a bullish piercing line on top of that, bouncing off that daily 20, that is what we call confluence. Confluence. So that's what I'm saying. Put this one on your radar, MTSI. In terms of what I see here, it looks like it wants to make another new high. So put this one on your radar. I'm not going to chart this one because it's just up only. King Kent, let's see what you got. Get invite to speak. Let's go. Hurry up. Let's go. Let's go. I've been streaming for like an hour and a half. Where were you, bro? 2 hours now, I think. I like to get his little segment because he likes to do heavy on a lot of companies. I don't do that. He's a researcher quant, and I'm cool with that. Let's see if he accepts the invite.
Hey, Sammy, I got a bio for you if you want to look at it.
Oh, bio? Ooh, bro. Full disclosure, I hate bio, bro, but I know people that love it, so I'll entertain bio. Let's go.
Ticker symbol Alpha, Larry, Mary, Sam.
Illumis, let me see. Hello! Up only. Holy moly, bro. Let me put that. There we go. Now we got that sound horn, bro. Now we got the flex button, bro. Whoa! You want to talk about this real quick? I mean, I can chart this thing, but I'm going to tell you right now.
Just straight TA, bro.
Gotcha. Yep. You already know where I'm looking. I'm looking at 20. Looking at 20. Previous bounce, 20 again. 853. Bounce, up only. 20. Potential reverse. Potential bounce there as well. Holy shit. King! Welcome to the stage, bro.
Why are you yelling at me, bro?
Because yesterday you were quiet. Today I gotta hear the livelihood today. I gotta hear energy today. I'm energetic today, and I gotta get coffee. So I'm gonna give you the floor. I'm gonna let you speak.
Give me a second, bro. I literally just got up, man. Give me like 10 minutes, okay?
10 minutes? All right, you got it.
Yeah, give me 10 minutes. Let me get myself together over here, bro.
Got you. Get those 3 tickers up and running, bro.
I got you, bro.
Let's see. If anybody wants to come up and stay, I gotta get coffee, guys. So give me a couple. Actually, I'll just wait to get coffee once he gets back up here because he likes to talk. I'll let him talk. Where's Crispy? I like Crispy to fill in. What time is it over there where he lives?
2 hours behind us.
It is 8:47 here. I shot him over a message, so he should see it.
Okay.
he would be a great person to talk about indium phosphate with.
Yeah, he would be the guy. Wait, hold up. Let me see if I talk about Ondas right now. You think that's like the bat signal?
Say Ondas 3 times and he'll naturally do
All right, Ondas, 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 and we wait 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Can you fucking imagine he comes on cue? By the way, while we wait 30 seconds, I do want to talk about this chart. Actually, I'll probably talk about it now before if he ever gets back on. So if you guys remember the VTOP extension, Google it, backtest it. Don't believe anything I say. Please do your own research, do your own due diligence. Okay. All right. Just Google VTOP extension, and that's pretty much it. Just Google it, draw it on your charts, and there's your Ondas potential. Okay. That's what I'm looking at. All right, VTOP extensions. And the extension, typically you start seeing the ascending wedge patterns. Those are typical. But it's got to really start finding life here. Otherwise, Ondas can potentially get back down to a level which I will not talk about. Because, you know, he's my boy. Crispy's my friend. And, you know, I don't want to talk, be negative about it. I like Ondas at the same time. So, but I want you guys to do a little bit of homework. You know, this is essentially what I do in my Discord. I give people homework. I don't give the answers. You know, nice little homework. And also, I do give out a free book, Learning Candle Structure, Formation Theories, and Setups. If you don't know candles, you're just gambling at this point. Not financial advice. But if you don't understand what a 3-pattern candle setup looks like, please don't trade. Not financial advice. Now, obviously, there's people that trade off of data. You know, that's honestly, that's really great. That's a style of trading. But if you're looking at candles and you're not trading, options, you guys, you gotta learn candle setups, man. Seriously. It's like fucking playing, with one arm behind your back, right? If you're just, shares only. Holy shit. Did he come in here? No. All right. Well, no, he didn't work. All right. I'm just waiting.
Kent disappeared too. Just so everyone knows, the tickers that I listed for indium phosphate, I put in the purple pill, so it's there.
Thank you so much, Blonde.
No problem.
Last night was crazy. Last night spaces were dry. I don't know. I feel like evening hours spaces are so dry. There's really not a lot going on. Then I see like these crypto spaces. That turns me off. But anyway, ASTS. Another one. Which one was the one that got diluted? Rocket Lab, right? I think Rocket Lab diluted their shares or something like that. Let me double check. Why Rocket Lab is nosediving. Somebody was talking about this. Yeah.
So it looks like they had an equity distribution agreement in March. So they diluted yeah.
Whoa. I can see this thing coming back down to 65, to be honest with you. 65. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me see the 3-day time frame. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, 64 is on the table on this thing. Absolutely. There's a rolling... So on the 3-day time frame, I don't know if you guys use 3 days. I highly recommend it. It pretty much consolidates a 5-day period. Usually I like to look at it as a midpoint time frame. Midpoint time frame. If you look at the 3-day time frame, folks, look at that 50. Look at the 50. Turn on your 3-day time frames for the TAers downstairs, listeners, or turn on the YouTube channel. It's on the Nest. Look at that rolling 50 on the 3-day. What do you think Rocket Lab potentially might bounce off of, based on previous price action history, folks? It's very clean. It's literally clean as day, clear as day, where Rocket Lab might potentially bounce off of, based on what? Based on prior price action history. Look left. Look left. Okay? And look at this bearish engulfing on the 3-day time frame. Absolutely mitigating 69.14. What does that tell you? Which was a clean area of support for quite some time. Now you have another layer of roughly around 65.97 or 66, right? I'm just quickly going over this chart. And yeah, so there's a rolling 50 roughly around 62, 63 bucks. Look left. Again, I'm not a magician. I'm just looking left. That's all it is. Do your homework. So, I'm going to put an alert here, not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. If you lose money, I'm not responsible. Now that I got the disclaimer out the way. I'm looking at 64 bucks. I'm going to set an alert there. I'm going to set an alert right there, 64 bucks. And if it gets that target around 63.25, I'm going to look there. You'll catch. I think they have a 2x leverage as well. Let me Google that. Let me see. 2x leverage Rocket Lab. So 2x RKLX, ladies and gentlemen, there is a 2x leverage. 2x leverage long RKLX. Let me pull that up. RKLX. Let's see. So instead of paying 60 bucks, there is a leverage long at 29.71. Now, guys, do not hold the leverages for a long time. There is some sort of theta mathematical equation off of these EDFs. Don't get fucking clapped. EDFs are actually meant to get in and out. Hold it, you know, for a certain amount of time, but don't hold it for long. There is a little bit of theta mathematical equation. If anybody wants to come up on stage and you know, talk about that, please educate me. Educate me. I love to learn. But from the short term, from reading how the EDFs work, they have a little bit of theta decay, essentially. Now, there's a word for that. I'm just using theta as a reference. Okay, so I would love to learn a little bit more how that math works. So if anybody who's listening want to come up on stage, you know, please school the shit out of me on that. That'd be great. Now I'm still trying to find the ticker. I think King Cat is going to talk about it. There was one that we were looking at. Anyway, it's a great opportunity to get into these potential tickers that, you know, when the market's taking a shit, you essentially rotate a certain sector. He likes to do that homework. Is he back? Where are you? Sim Global Equities. Let me see if you're real. Yes, you are real. Let's get him up here, please. What's going on, Sim?
Not much, man. You're talking about NAV depletion, and it really depends on the tool that you're using. Like if you're using something that trades on like futures, then the NAV depletion is also going to follow the contango and convergence of futures. So yeah, but it just depends on the tool that you're using because they can reset. I know from experience because I actually kind of hold those a little longer with what I trade in my style, but I can outpace it with selling options on it. So, but I don't encourage anyone to do that shit.
I'm so happy you're talking about it because I know a little bit of it, and if you can keep indulging on it while I wait for a certain, please have the floor, brother. Have the floor.
There's not much to expand on. I mean, you're talking about daily resets on some. But you just have to know the tool that you're trading. You got to know what you're owning. But you're absolutely right. You don't want to stay in some of these leveraged tools for long because you'll end up eating the NAV depletion. And so your original investment will just start to melt away, just like you said, just like theta decay. But it's not time based or theta decay. It can happen, overnight on some of these things. So even if you see something that gives you like a really good dividend payment, like every week or something, your original investment could go down because that tool could be giving you back your original investment, right? You got to read what that particular ETF does and how it functions to understand your actual risk and when it resets and what you're actually risking. So the hard part is that they're all different, right? So you gotta read what it is that you're using. So if you're using a double leverage, you gotta know, hey, What are these guys doing? Are they paying me back my original, on a dividend? Are they resetting every day? Some of them have daily resets. So you gotta know what you own.
Now, essentially what you're saying, so correct me if I'm wrong and please educate me. Every ETF has different, essentially what I'm just thinking of it as data decay. Each one is different. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I'm speaking on like things that are leveraged,
Right.
Specifically, right? Okay, so let's use an example that I'm familiar with. I use UVIX, right? This thing is going to decay probably, I would say, about 3% a month, but it depends on the market, right? But if you hold it and you're not going to use it to do something like, sell options against and make, an income on the premium you receive, your initial investment is going to decay to the point where you're going to be like, wow, it doesn't matter what the VIX does. I am never going to get my original investment back. So you have to stay active in it by selling options and receiving premium, or you're gonna be like, why am I holding this, right? Because it's just gonna lose money. So for instance, on that position, I am currently down like 6.3%, but on my portfolio, I'm up like 16%, 16.9% for the year. That's because my income is outpacing the NAV depletion on the shares that I hold because I am selling options every month. I'm kind of like leapfrogging. I sell half this month and then I sell another half the other month. So I'm always getting monthly income because I don't want to be stuck in something all month long, right? Without being able to generate another sale. But that's a different strategy altogether. I digress. So what I'm getting at is that you can hold these and you can actively be selling options on it and outpace the NAV depletion, but you just have to know the tool that you're using, and it's risky, right? So like everything else, but you got to know your risk.
Thank you so much for that, man. Thank you so much for that, bro.
Yeah, that's right. I held a triple leverage QQQ, and I was doing great, but it all just kind of poofed away over time, and I was like, "What's going on? Like this is triple leverage against QQQ. I should totally win." But it's because I didn't understand the tool at the time when I first bought it, when I first got into this game.
And everything that he's saying, guys, it's all being recorded on my YouTube. It's live. It's on the Nest, but that is straight alpha. What's your name? You're gonna get a follow, bro. Good stuff. Sim Global. Follow Sim Global, guys.
Yeah, at Iron Condor Wheel.
Give him a follow. Oh, you do day trading. Okay, you do. I see you're an options guy too. Oh, you Bluto.
Yeah, I've been doing gold futures on the 1 ounce. So I do futures, I do options. But my main strategies are, I can show you guys how to do the Iron Condor strategy, and I can show you how to run the wheel properly.
You wanna do a little quick TLDR on the iron strategy? Hell yeah, why not? Fuck it.
Well, the Iron Condor can be used during times of market stability where you know you're not going to have higher volatilities. I've switched from that because Trump came into office and I saw the volatility in the market. And now I'm using a different strategy to pull alpha out of the market. But if we're going to talk about the Iron Condor strategy, you want to look for something that you believe is going to be stable. And so the S&P was stable for a long time, and I would run it on SPY. And what I'm doing is I'm doing spreads at the top of the market and at the bottom of the market for the same expiration date. So let's break down what that language actually means. I am buying and selling a call, and in the same trade, I'm going down below the price of SPY, and I'm buying and selling a put.
So I've got two spreads going on. And what this does is it lowers my cost to entry. And here's the goal. What we're doing, we're taking advantage of theta decay, right? But we want that theta decay to be high, right? Because we want to take advantage of the profit as soon as possible. And what we're doing is we're only staying in the trade until we're 50% profitable. We don't want to go for max profit. There's a reason why. We don't want to take this trade into expiration because there's something called pin risk where we could get exercised. And we don't want to do that. And you guys can look up pin risk and figure out what that is and understand why you don't want to stay into these types of spreads to expiration. So what we're doing is we with the strategy that I show people, we are waking up on Monday morning. We're spending about 5 or 10 minutes and we're setting up our call spread and our put spread for the expiration for that next Monday. And we do the same thing on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. We're setting up those spreads to expire 1 week out. And then when we are 50% profitable, give or take, we close it. This does two things. This allows us to get out of our position early and take our profit and run. And it also allows us to follow the market up and down as it moves weekly. Because what we don't want the market to move very quickly past our spread, past our call spread, or down past our put spread. Because then we'll have to decide, hey, am I willing to hold this at like a 20% loss, right? And then hopefully the market rebounds. So right now, with the volatility, that is a big risk, and we don't want to do that. And we're not really making like a whole chunk load of money, right? But we're making daily, consistent income that moves as the market moves up and down because we're setting these every day out. If you go to like my feed, you'll see a plan about how many contracts and how much you can see you can make off of doing this, and how you can add contracts every week, and what the schedule is how many weeks it'll take you to add those new contracts until you're building your position from one contract a day to 2 to 3 to 4, and you just grow that and you snowball that until you're making like 10 contracts or more every single day, right? And so that profitability that you start off with is smaller when you're closing at 50% possible profitability. But as you snowball, that profitability goes up more and more and more, and your daily collection gets higher and higher and higher. So there's other things you need to know. There's other details, right? Someone's interested in knowing more about it, I can go over it. Now is not really the time to be trading this strategy unless you find an ETF or a stock that is stable, right? That's not going to have a lot of volatility, that has enough volume where you can get in and out of the options very easily. So I hope that kind of summarizes it without confusing anybody. Thanks for letting me share.
No, I love that, man. I think, especially during these times, we don't know when he's going to talk or not, Donald Trump referencing here. So we love the volatility in the market, especially when we're looking for discounts. And I think what you have going on is, maybe some people are going to utilize that information and they can put it in their strategy of how they trade, right? What do you think, or
yeah, exactly.
What do you recommend now during? All right, for example, we're in the weekend, right? And we all know weekends are probably where everybody's biting their nails. We have no idea what the hell is going to happen going into Monday. He could say we're done with Iran into this weekend. Somebody like you, what did you don't have to explain. You don't have to tell us what you did on Friday. But if you want to take advantage of the volatility potentially going into next week, do you position yourself for a potential long or put? Obviously, in my opinion, I think playing put side now, downside, we're already had the prevailing trend to the downside. I think we're going to have a little mean reversion going into next week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, green, and then maybe another, potential more downside. That's just me. But what would you do on a Friday going into the weekend, knowing that the volatility Trump is willing to tackle at any point? Well, how does that work for you?
Okay, so I am a cycle, and I do cycle analysis, right? So I look for large cycles in the market. My hypothesis, based upon my technical analysis, is that we're going to be in a downtrend overall in the marketplace until July 15th. So it's just a natural cycle that we see in the markets, right? That's my hypothesis. I agree with a lot of people that Monday we may see a pop. So what do I trade? I like to trade the VIX, right? That's what I'm focusing on. That's what I've been married to for the last 12 months, right? So if the market moves up, my VIX position is going to go down, okay? So knowing this or believing this, having this hypothesis, I sold puts on the VIX. And I know that's really confusing because you're looking at the market going, does it go up? Does it go down? And then you're using the VIX that goes up when the market goes down. And then you're using a put that's usually for when your position goes down, but you're selling a put. So you're betting that your position that normally goes up when the market goes down, it's going to go down because you think the market's going to go up, right? So it's like you got to understand what you're doing. It's really confusing, but you're selling a put on the VIX because you believe the market's going to pop on Monday and you're going to have a bounce before we start to move back down on Tuesday. So I've got puts that I sold on the VIX, and that's my position.
That makes a lot of sense.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. The inverse.
Yeah, man. And so I use the triple leverage tool because I know sometimes the VIX doesn't move in conjunction with SPY. So I know that I need to have that little bit more so I can say, okay, that's good enough. I got my 25%. I'm good. I'm going to get out of my position. I don't ever ride these options till my max profit or to my expiration. I just want to get that money and get out. So if I sell 10 contracts and I've got, $2,000, once my option, I can buy it back for $1,000. I'll drop that money, buy it back, and close my position, and I will keep $1,000 of the original premium that I got. I gotta stay not greedy and just look for that daily income so that I'm slowly, steadily building my brokerage account bigger and bigger,
Dude, I really do appreciate the information. God damn. Give this man a follow. Everything's being recorded. YouTube Live is in the nest. Wow. If there's one way to hedge against, this guy knows how to do it. Sim, how long you been trading options in general?
I've been trading for a while. I don't know who you know in the audience. If you know Hammer and Greetoni, and just all these guys that they can vouch for me. I've been around for 5 years doing this. When let's see, probably 2022. The beginning of 2022 is when I started actually coming up and talking to people and explaining stuff and teaching people. What I like to do is I like to take on someone who's truly interested, who really wants to get into options, and I will get into a space with you and I'll one-on-one with you so that you can get your direct questions answered, so I can step you through the understanding until you have a tool that you can use when it's appropriate. Because, we can have cash in the bank, right? And we can have these big brokerage accounts, but we're not wealthy. We're wealthy when we have a toolbox of tools that we can pull out based upon changing conditions in the market. That's when we're wealthy, because then we can consistently use our knowledge, our wealth, right? Our knowledge, to actually generate income instead of I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'm going to bet on this. I'm going to bet on that, and then get wiped out, right? You want to do your due diligence. And so between the technical analysis that we're hearing about today, and the understanding of how options and the market actually works, you can empower yourself to always use one of those tools at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much for being up on here on stage. I do want to give. Go ahead, Blonde.
I just want to say Crispy's in the house.
Oh, he's been summoned. Crispy, please come up here. It did work. It's just it took more than 30 seconds. Essentially, took 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So, look at that. We kind of need Crispy to talk about something. Thank you so much, Sim. By the way, give this man a follow. Looks like he knows what he's doing. I gave him a follow. I need to really up my options strategy. Let's see if Chris.
Yeah, you should. You get 100 share control when you get an option, right? So when the market moves, you have, instead of 1 share in your trade, you're controlling 100 shares, right? So it's much more powerful tool than just looking at only the shares, only the stock shares. So dive into options. If it's a good fit for you, you're gonna appreciate that you did it for yourself.
Kind of like how crack is a little bit more effective than cocaine. Good morning, y'all.
You're on top of it.
Good morning.
What's going on, Crispy? I think Blonde has a question, or essentially we were talking about.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. I spoke. This is on YouTube, right? I gotta give, this is not drug use advice. Before taking any drugs, please consult a health professional. And definitely don't do any drugs that are discussed on the Savvy 2G's trading platform or Rooney channel. Sorry, I haven't even had my coffee yet. I had a late night.
Go get your goddamn coffee, Crispy. But I really need you to dive into this guy. What is it, phosphate?
Indium fucking phosphide is what y'all talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
About a month after.
Yeah.
We're always late to the party. Crispy's always first.
No, I did play a little bit of indium phosphide last year, in terms of just the whole photonics theme, but I didn't get Serenity numbers, So I was a little. I didn't catch the theme as well, you know what I mean? But
Well,
of course,
you don't
it's
have.
point bottleneck.
You didn't have the street closing down now, so
I don't think indium phosphide has anything to do with the street, really, does it? Did you look at this? Did you find something interesting?
Yeah, I was reading. I stepped away from my laptop, but yes, there is definitely some impacts. So go look it up if anyone's by their computer.
Just give me Hilder, aside from just energy production, what kind of inputs come out of that? So it was my understanding it's all coming from Asia. Where does the Middle East fit in? Where does Iran or Saudi or Qatar or...
Is Blonde, you there? That's a question directed.
Yeah.
Yes. Give me a second.
Oh, that's fine. It's fine. What up, King?
Kent's in the building. Good morning, bro.
I had to pull teeth just to get his ass up in here.
I see my big sis in here. Blonde, what's good? I see my boy Crispy in here. What's good? My brother from the other side.
Good morning.
Yeah, we're gonna end the this entire. I've been live for 2 hours now. King, you're gonna finish off. You're gonna talk and you're gonna finish off, and then we'll just have closing comments, and then I gotta go work out because my fat ass needs to get healthy again. So let's do this.
Notice after a down day in the market is when Sammy starts to work out. Then when the market is getting up, that's when Sammy's buying cake. Man, we gotta have a Sammy index over here, man.
Bro,
I'm not doing this with you, Crispy, today. We're not doing this.
It's funny because I'm the inverse for Crispy now. When I'm flipping bullish, he flips bearish. Damn well what I'm talking about, Crispy. Which I will not divulge.
I never flip bearish, but I'm just I'm putting on my seatbelt.
I hear you, bro.
Listen, you and Crispy is like me and Jim Cramer. Everything he say, I'm selling immediately, right?
So King, let's kick off because a lot of people just want to start listening to some alpha. Blonde, she's gonna do a little bit more research on what Crispy was asking. But anyway, King, just go ahead and
I got something new that I learned about around 2 o'clock this morning. All right, the ticker is NNBR. Can you pull the ticker, please?
Give me 1 second. What is it?
NNBR.
NNBR. All right, give me 30 seconds. I'm about to post this Bitcoin chart on my thread real quick.
Yeah. All right. So, this is a automotive company. Okay? They are making a transition into the AI data center world.
You talking
All right, take a second to take that in before I start cooking. I hope so. You would be ahead of it.
We talking about stamping operations?
Close to it.
Like metal forming, stamping, tooling
All right.
guy, like
Yep.
metalworking. Like
Yeah, metalworking, engine components, all of that stuff. So, apparently, they realized that one of the problems with these AI cooling racks that we're having right now is that they starting to leak a little bit. And when they leak, it destroys the entire rack. All right? So they make couplings and what do you call it? Watertight seals, right? And all this stuff for cars. They've been doing it for 20 years. And they realized they could do it for these data center racks. And they just signed a massive deal. Okay, the stock is still under $2 per share right now. All right, they just signed I think a $20 million or $30 million deal. And what they're going to do is they're going to be doing exactly this. High processing cooling manifolds. Okay? So what they're going to do is they're going to be using these cooling manifolds and adding water resistant materials in screws, nails, precision couplings, right? For all these AI data center racks to stop us from, of course, continuing to lose them. All right? Now, this will add two things: efficiency and chip performance. Right? So, because of the way the water cooling works on these type of racks, you know, rest in peace to SMCI, rest in peace to SMCI, right? So, because these racks run so hot, you cannot have a leak. Seriously, you can't. One drop of water will destroy the entire chip. All right? Now.
cheap.
Come on, Crispy. I'm trying to be serious, bro. You ain't lying.
Wait. Just to make sure, NN Nancy Bravo Rochester at $1.71. Is this the one?
Yes.
It went up.
Now, apparently.
Go ahead. No, I just want to tell people Friday. You know, some people are now looking at their charts. Or this went up Friday 15%. So I think what he's about to touch on, people are catching on. Go ahead, King.
All right. Now, expect volatility since this stock is still $1 plus. But apparently, as they keep signing deals, because I think this deal is, you know, they didn't say who, but it sounds like everybody's saying that this is a Microsoft deal. Okay? So you can expect Google and Meta and White Fiber and a few of these companies to be reaching out to them relatively soon. As of right now, they are still a one-to-one. They're the only ones doing this. Now, the expertise comes from doing car engines for years, right? So we know they understand waterproof sealing something, right? In the terms that everybody can understand, if you ever looked at your engine, you will see that there is always some kind of screws or bolts that hold certain things in place to keep it from leaking. That's the same principle you use in here. Okay? Your engines run extremely hot. These AI data center racks run extremely hot. That's how you make the correlation for everyone who ever owned a car before.
Hey, King, how we doing? I got a question for you on this thesis.
Go ahead.
All right, so you're talking about these cooling racks. Generally
Yes.
speaking, these are going to be probably running geothermal style of cooling. If anybody knows about this, they could chime in.
I think no. These are going to be running.
No.
Wait, King, wait, hold up.
Listen. Let me finish what I'm saying, guys. Are they running glycol? Yeah, I get what you're saying. They're manifolding all these racks together. Are they running glycol and exchanging heat off of this glycol, or what are we running through these racks? Do you know? It's not water.
No. They're running liquid cooling. I don't know all of the stuff they run. That's not my area of expertise.
Okay.
I just know that we've been having problems losing these things one after another because we haven't been having the couplings in the bolts melting and all of this stuff. And I know we've been losing them one at a time for the last couple of months. And apparently this company came up with a solution to fix that.
Okay. I'm just trying to get you back where I know when I hear water and data, I'm just trying to hone in on that because
Liquid cooling.
Yeah, I'm in the industry, in the geothermal industry and electrical.
Gotcha.
And I have extensive experience in the geothermal. And we use exchangers for
pick up
glycol.
on this one.
Yeah.
All right, so
I appreciate
I
that.
know I'm coming. No. I'm gonna come to you and we're gonna work on this together. That's what we're gonna do. I got you, bro.
You got it, bro.
I know you got my back.
No, for sure.
All right, now apparently there's a high process cooling manifold issue right now, and then there's something called coolant flow couplings, linking and delinking. Now apparently this is the biggest critical issue. It's about keeping uptime, right? If one of your chip racks go down, it is a serious problem for your upkeep and your time. Now, we know that this is a first generation move for this company. So like I said, expect some volatility, right? But as they keep getting deals, you got to understand you at the floor. You're catching this one kind of towards the bottom.
NFA.
This is where we want to be when we're doing trades like this.
NFA.
And I yield the floor.
NFA. Disclaimer, King.
Oh, yeah. Not financial advice.
Thank you.
Financial advice.
Thank you.
I didn't give out an NFA. I give a not drug advice because.
But I always say the same thing. Do your own due diligence. Look it over. Look at the company. Look it over before you do any kind of buying or selling. Do your due diligence, and I yield the floor.
Okay, I just got a couple questions here. So just kind of like, and Alpha, I think I know what you're getting at. Sorry about that. But they're not necessarily utilizing geothermal, but it is kind of similar. But this is more like traditional HVAC heat exchangers, like all that fun stuff. But
So you mean more like chillers? Because I was looking at Stargate and I see what Trane is putting out there is big massive chillers. So they're just running tube and tube water cooling. But in order to keep all
running glycol in it, like as a percentage, because they don't really have to worry about freezing or any other of those types of conditions. They might be running straight water, but I think they do probably add a little bit of glycol in terms of like whatever kind of like thermal coefficient or whatever the hell engineering it is. But the bigger part of this is that so many of these data centers are switching from air cooling to water cooling, that there's a pretty massive bid. And also a lot of these, when we're going from Hopper to Grace Blackwell and now to Vera Rubin coming up in these coming years, like the electricity demand goes up higher, the efficiency goes up higher, and the cooling requirements go up higher. So like you're going to see much more of them switching from the holdouts of air cooling, switching to liquid cooling. the holdouts at 800 volts switching to like 800 volts. So a lot, like one of the investments I'm in is basically around the demand for silicon carbide and our need to start running these systems at 800 voltages. So there's a big increase of cooling demand, big increase of power demand, like across the board. But if you guys are making the manifolds, the coupling, the fittings, like that kind of stuff, what I'm wondering is, compared to international like suppliers, even like Chinese de-risked, like their kind of positioning in this, because I think I like it. I primarily invest in American manufacturing companies. Like that's my core thesis. Ken, do you know, are they building these like couplings and like molds and?
Yes, they're doing everything in-house. Everything in-house. Yep.
In the US?
Everything is done in-house. This is a U.S. company. They've been working on our big cars and trucks for the last 20 years, 30 years.
So my question to you,
My
question to you guys and to the panel, just brainstorming here. So the only way to stay efficient is ground temperature and closed loop systems, because if we're evaporating, we're going to need to resupply. And obviously that's going to hurt the water sources. So geothermal is only ideal with closed loop systems where they don't have to exchange water back and forth. So, I mean, ultimately, I think this is obviously going to have to, I mean, everything's going to end up shifting that way to stay efficient and to stay consistent. Any thoughts on that?
That's correct.
Oh, you're talking about, because I don't really see geothermal being utilized that much, because it's in like an additional capital expenditure, when this is primarily about your temperature delta between like your chilled water and your server water. But it does make sense. Like I really like geothermal. I think as an industry, I think it should have taken off a lot more than it has, and I think that people will start looking at it more. But like as that baseline core Earth temperature, you know what I mean? Like it could make some sense to get a regular delta.
Yeah, totally. Ground temperature is just, it's going to absorb it, and it's going to be consistent whether we're hot, cold, or in between. The ground stays the same. So I'm just looking at efficiency. Obviously, closed loop systems for me, I think, are ideal at a massive. I mean, you know, chillers have been around for forever, but you're evaporating water in order to achieve temperature. You know, so it's constantly just raining inside of these chillers. A lot of scaling, a lot of maintenance issues with glycol and these heat exchangers using ground temp. I mean, they're just closed loop. Once you fill them, they maintain.
Yeah, I think those are two separate kind of markets here in terms of like the technologies that are being implemented. I don't know what the crossover on geothermal is, but there could be something interesting to dig into there.
There is also.
I agree. I think it's coming. I think it's still a little too early for the transition. I don't think everybody's ready for it, but I think it's coming. I do. I agree with you, Alpha. I think it's coming, man. Seriously.
Yeah. And then,
you know what I would say, though? Oh, go ahead, Crispy.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, these guys are pretty deep in the pennies. Is picking Lincoln's nose here. So I would probably pass until they kind of catch a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. It might be worth a watch list, but
from a
contacts connectors, contacts assembly. It's just like it's pretty small potatoes, and I don't know if they're gonna catch that big. You know what I mean?
From a TA perspective.
Hey, Christian.
Hold on. Let Sammy cook for a second, y'all. Go ahead, Sammy.
No. I'm gonna post a chart real quick. I think it's still got a little bit more. I mean, obviously you got a fucking deadly wick there. It's a terminal candle, but I got a target at 218. More or less, if more people start showing interest in this sort of thing. I do want to touch on Alpha. You said that you work in that industry. What is that mineral that they're using? The liquid?
It's glycol.
Is that and bilaterally? What else does that extend? Like, what else can you use that for? Just out of curiosity.
It's like a mixture of a lubricant, and actually absorbs heat.
It's antifreeze, Savvy. Just think of antifreeze that you put in your car. You'll cut it with water. You know, it's not necessarily. It's not like a rare critical like input in like that kind of way. But it's just that's what's utilized for anything that might be exposed to like freezing temperatures or. I think extreme heat. Does it lower the boiling point too, or raise the boiling point?
Yes.
Huh.
At those extremes.
Yeah. So Also, what I was thinking, Crispy, along these lines, they can't lose it. They can't lose cooling. So in our industry, we have variable speed, we have steps, 2 stages. Everything kind of stages off in order to gain efficiency. So what do you think about perhaps them going from chillers to geothermal as like a hybrid style of cooling capacity as backup?
Honestly, I don't think that there's a lot of search for a novelty right there. They're just trying to get the data racks up. They're trying to get the buildings up. They're trying to get the cooling up. I think a lot of these guys like are focusing their innovation on the chips and the models and all that kind of stuff. When it comes to the actual like optimization of the cooling loops or the infrastructure of it, I think they're just trying to scale as fast as possible. Like if they have like an additional capex for like a couple percentages of efficiency gains, I don't know. Like I'd have to like see some data here,
Yeah, what I'm looking at is, think about this for a second. In the massive move into data centers and the amount of cooling that's going to take to achieve the levels that they need to stay at, what is that going to do to global warming? As far as using chillers versus using ground temp to hold temperature or to absorb heat.
That's why I'm playing solar, honestly. That's why I have my T1 position. My in a sense, solar is. I think that these companies are not going to care about the whole like drill baby drill. Like we need to use more nat gas. They're going to find whatever energy source they can spin up the fastest.
They could scale and stay renewable.
Scale, yeah. So I think geothermal will be getting another look. But geothermal has pretty high capex expenditure. But I think they'll be looking at solar. They'll be looking at wind. They'll be looking at geothermal. All the hippie shit that like Trump might be against. They won't really care. They'll just want the amount of. They just want as many volts or amps as they can get into these servers. You know what I mean? They don't care who the source is. If solar gets them there 6 months faster than natural gas turbine that's been booked out for 3 years, like in terms of like the production of these blades, then they're going to go for solar, or they're going to go for wind, or they're going to go for geothermal.
Yeah, because you see, even on the build out on Stargate, they've got nat gas. They're building that right on site for backup power. So. Yeah, hey man, I appreciate all the comments on this, man. If I can help in any way, I'm here.
Oh, but what's the country? You know more about geothermal than me, but is it the Iceland? Iceland, massive geothermal resources. Norway, Finland, Denmark, like the Nordic countries. I know they go bananas over geothermal because they have some pretty decent resources, and a lot of the Bitcoin mining, a lot of like the early like the Silk Road and stuff was all like based in Norway because you could essentially host damn near for free because of the propensity of geothermal. No, not Norway, Iceland. Sorry. Iceland geothermal.
The only thing I'm
much about Iceland?
The only thing I'm thinking about right now is who is utilizing this material, whatever chemical, and making money. So I'm gonna look at tickers, essentially, that are supplying these data centers and potentially other areas.
Yeah, but you get a little late when you're chasing tickers. You got to find the technology, and then from the technology, you find the elements that are the profitable parts. So we're doing the first part of your homework for you, Sammy. Sorry.
You can say that again. Look at Fix, MTZ, like all these fucking things. I wasn't born in the 90s. Some of these things ripped 20 years ago, so.
It's still ripping now. Yeah, Comfort Systems. Who do you think's building these AC, HVACs, like air sensors?
That's where I was going to go. I was going to give you the info for it.
Not only just the systems, but the sensors and the tracking and the data layers too. Like Comfort Systems, what's that? Train? I don't know if Train is under Comfort Systems, but Johnson Controls is another interesting one. I like Siemens and Beckhoff.
Of course you would. Of course you would like Siemens, Crispy.
And you have
Siemens and Beckhoff Siemens.
You got Carrier in there too, guys.
Yeah, Carrier. But yeah, these things from residential HVAC systems up to industrial, and like the more these things are getting supply constrained, especially like backup generators and stuff along those lines, you got to think of there's a data center that's going to give you these grok like jerk off images of like an anime girl like riding a fighter jet while cranking off Elon Musk. You're like, oh yeah, that's a really cool use of that, like all that energy.
Oh.
But like some other like inputs for these, some other companies that are reliant upon these things are like fucking hospitals.
Ah, that's a good one.
Like the grant that I applied for from the Defense Innovation Unit is all about their power constraints. So like generators, batteries, all that kind of stuff too. So we got, you got military, you got hospitals, you got like anybody who needs, if you just think to yourself, what needs to operate 24 hours a day, no matter what happens around, that's a hospital, that's a military base, that's certain elements of the government, and now that's a data center. But data centers are catching the most money, but that pushes demand, or that like booms demand for the data centers, and like these hospitals still need to get their filled. You know, these airplanes,
government buildings,
yeah. So it's definitely an interesting sector, but everybody's looking here, man. Like.
So we're still early is essentially what we're hearing, right?
Well, yeah, but you gotta understand, we're not gonna even be close to being 80% of our data centers being built into 2032.
One thing, Kent, on that one, if you're working with an LLM, how to do a Porter 5 forces analysis on a company. It's Porter, just like trying to think of like the beer, a Porter beer. But PORTER, like a 5 forces analysis is based on like how a technology interacts with like competitors, with buyers, with sellers. It's you know what? Good. I think you run a couple of those, it'll be your favorite tool ever, man.
Can you do me a favor? Can you you gotta send me that shit in a message, Crispy. You have to send me that in a message, so I can remember it.
You don't follow me though, Kent. And I don't follow you. The damn Discord. I don't know. I can't message you for some reason.
Man, you get on my nerves, bro. I'm gonna find you in the Discord. I'm gonna send you a message in a few minutes.
Discord.
He doesn't do Discord, bro.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't even use Twitter, but I'll find you somewhere and follow you, bro. I got you. I'll figure it out.
No problem. It's just called Porter Forces. It's like
Porter Forces report.
5 analysis. It's like a SWOT. If you've ever done SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, which is common. Like if you ever like write a business plan, or you ever been cool, you'll SWOT analysis is one of the early things. But I like Porter 5 forces a little better.
Gotcha.
Specifically for technology and like hardware stuff, like hard tech based.
I got you.
Just real quick, Blonde Capital posted something into the Nest. Helium shortage, why photonics, and what effects this has on the supply chain. Interesting little read here.
Oh, so it's the helium that is causing the constraint. Yeah, because Dr. Anas has been talking about helium on Razor Space weeks ago. That's when I kind of first heard about it. Was a few of these oil spaces know about the other inputs that are being constrained, but helium is kind of it's a byproduct from natural gas and oil production. Like you could extract helium as part of like it's coming along with the sauce, you know what I mean? And then they can concentrate it from there. So it's a kind of high value byproduct from this oil, natural gas production kind of shit. But with Qatar essentially knocked out, that was America.
Gotcha. Got one more thing. Sorry, Blonde, you there? This is to make you smile.
Yes, sir.
I posted it in a message between look at MTZ is going into water. Just so you know, Mastech is going into water.
I literally am charting. I was literally looking at this thing right now on the YouTube as we speak. Go ahead. By the way, King, please get yourself a new goddamn phone. Please, I'm begging you. Because you sound like you're underwater, King. I'm just putting that out there, man. Please.
I'll get my Bluetooth next time. You'll be all right.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, Mastech will be key, okay? So now you know that your thesis, when Mastech decides to make a move, your thesis is 100% on point. So, congratulations to you.
More of these deals we're early. We're so early. People aren't even thinking about it quite yet.
Well, Mastech is, they got your back.
Yeah.
I
Well,
like FlowServe too. FLS, that's my boomer basket play. FlowServe. They do similar to what you're talking about, Ken, but like manifolds, connectors, like that kind of stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Blonde.
no, I was just going to say, depending on how hot the summer is and what happens in certain areas like Arizona, there may be an uptick in the fall. So, of deals
we're
going
already
down.
trying to replace an AC. We're moving on it early.
Yeah, Crispy, you never really talk about this FLS. Why didn't you talk about this, maybe like 3 months ago? Because, it kind of had a ripper.
It's only been 1 month on this is my boomer basket. I'm in a lot of different spaces looking at a lot of different things. But like my boomer basket is just like boring industrials that I just kind of keep an eye on. If I ever do want to like kind of start throwing a flight to safety, these are a little bit longer established like industrial names that have multiple industries of exposure. FlowServe does manifolds, controllers, valves for like anything fluid, essentially like water, oil, sludge, like solids, like suspended solids, like a lot of different stuff there. FlowServe is in the thick of a few of them, but I can a few more of my boring industrials if you want to look at that list.
We kind of need the industrials, especially if market's taking a shitter. Unless we have like that credit crisis everybody's touting around. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, maybe next year. That's just my opinion.
Oh, are you flipping back bear?
Whoa, not yet. Whoa, no. I'm firmly bullish only because this dickhead in the house just can tweet one thing and flip everything to the bull side. I already made my money on the short side for the past month. But, shorting here, I wouldn't advise. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial professional. I'm not responsible if you lose money. Now that I got the disclaimer out the way. Yeah, I just wouldn't, I'm looking for longs now. That's just my opinion,
And Ken, props to Ken. I did add Vertiv and Maztec to my. They're still my safety industrials, but they're to that basket. So from Ken, those probably got an addition to the basket.
Listen, I can't believe you got
You're chopping. Is it me or is it him?
It's me.
Go ahead.
I was saying, Crispy, you got a nice little discount for opening. I'm just saying.
Just my cup of tea right now. I'll diversify when my thesis starts to adapt. I'm still firmly in defense spending, and because this industrial build out, like there's two major catalysts right here. You have like huge defense spending, which I've been positioned for about a year now, that is barely starting to kiss the surface. But then we also have the AI data center build out, which is another huge thing. So there's two overwhelming CapEx expenditures right now. The military defense spending is a little bit easier to chart for me, like in terms of mapping out the players and the potential, because there's so many executive orders, contracts. You got SAM.gov, you got Department of War contracts released every day at 3 p.m. You can have them sent directly to your email inbox. You have so much more data because it being government spending, a lot more information is out there. Whereas in the server infra, you have a lot of established players, incumbent players. You have a lot of small players. There's a lot of froth, and a lot more of those deals are backdoor until they get like announced. So it's a lot harder to do your DD in advance in that sector. So that's why I like government, like defense spending. And defense spending has $1 trillion floor. Both industries have $1 trillion floor. You know what I'm saying?
Do me a favor. Always keep your eye on the Department of Energy.
Yeah, the Department of Energy does similar. I've seen them do grants.
They making a deal with Maztec. They made a deal with Vertiv. They made a deal with Fix the other day. Mm-hmm. Keep your eyes on the Department of Energy every day.
Oh, yeah.
When they come out with their deals, I'm checking. And the big money's moving industrial. I'm moving right with it. I ain't fighting. I'm not fighting against the big money this time. I'm following it.
But the other ones that are in my boomer basket here are Atmos Filtration, ticker ATMU, CNH Industrial, ticker CNH, let's see, Symbotic, SYM with it.
Oh, I know about Symbotic.
That's odd. That one shouldn't be in there. I gotta move that. I think I just threw it into that list. But by CNH Industrial, let's see, is that one?
Symbotic is the robotics they do more of the warehouses and stuff like that, right?
I kind of started to have this one do double duty because I don't organize my watch list too well.
Yeah, me neither.
I put Sol's Bong Water in here, BWA. Borg Warner, I call it Bong Water because, but they do a lot of like electric vehicle supply chain stuff for hybrids and electrics, like think huge bus bars cooling, but they could definitely, that'd be something to put on your guys' watch list as well. Sol knows a lot more about it than me, but Borg Warner, BWA, that one's interesting. But Atmos Filtration and FlowServe are two that I kind of put on there that I was pretty interested in. But I also put in Technoglass, QXO, let's see. For the builders, put a couple builders in there. And Cleveland Cliffs for steel. What's the ASLI is also, ASTI. I believe. I'm trying to think of another one. Not ASTL.
Oh, I was about to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Algoma. That's a Canadian steel producer that's pretty interesting. It's one of these plays. But Cleveland and Algoma are the two that I'm watching in the steel industry. And that's about it for like my industrial basket. I have a whole other basket that's all materials.
You know, when you're not talking about Ondas, I really do like some of the, I like this Crispy. You got like 17 other takers you're looking at, and they're not...
Dude, I have about 300 tickers in my freaking watch list, but I need to, actually, that's one thing I wanted to do today is go through and reorganize, because I have my safety industrials, drone components, my index, which is 73 in that motherfucker. Just like, that's just, I throw these into that. I have a server infra basket, an ETFs basket. That's where I'm just watching indexes and ETFs and sectors and stuff like that. And then a materials basket.
Okay. Let me give you a fucking ring on that one. Crispy's no longer talking Ondas for the next couple of days, folks.
Nope, I'm going right back to it, okay?
Fuck!
Gonna hit 15 and here's what... Dude, motherfucker, I've had a lot more times than just Ondas. Ondas is my third holding. I'm a lot deeper into Lightpath and UMAC, but nobody ask me about those because everybody's myopic in this market. Everybody's looking at this market in a fucking straw.
Yeah, dude. What was that? I won't say who said it, but it's like, what is it? Spec? No, he said it's it was a week ago with David whatever the hell his name is. Lagoski. Yeah, he said, it's one of those tickers, you know. I won't say it, but anyway, I like that guy, by the way. So, King, you have any other tickers? Because I've been streaming for like 3 hours, brother.
I added to my, CVV a little bit. And I'm just pretty much in the same stuff. But all those in my watch list are not necessarily plays I'm taking. They're just like sectors I'm watching that I might diversify into when I feel like the defense run might be, when that narrative might start to shift. I just don't see the defense narrative shifting right now. In case you haven't been watching or like seeing what's going on in the world today, I don't think they're going to stop spending on defense.
You know what I just realized, Crispy? There's never a space where we go full on bear. Like, stocks to short the shit out of. I just realized this.
I know, that's because I don't go bear.
I know, no, I don't know, not for you, but I'm just thinking about this. Like, I never really seen a bear space.
There's lots of fucking bear spaces, dude. Every little shake up in the market, you have about 30 different bear rooms or people going all bearish on the market.
Well, I specifically, I want to like target a company to short it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why the fuck I thought about this just now. I don't know. We were just talking. I'm just monologuing.
The reason I don't...
Go ahead.
The world, this market trends up over time, and looking for opportunities to find where it trends down to either be a hipster or to like be the next Michael Burry. But yeah, it's cool. You might catch a couple of those, but there's unlimited downside to shorting. Whereas if I invest in something and it goes to zero, I know I lost my investment.
I really want to hear the SMCI bear thesis. Is that the
dude,
next Enron? Is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know if they're gonna pull an Enron. You gotta find Gamers Nexus. That YouTube. I haven't seen their particular video. I was gonna do that this weekend, but Gamers Nexus is dope. They've gone with all the supply chain disruption, all the RAM and everything. They've gone hard on this whole supply chain, this whole industry, doing like. And these are like gaming computer nerd like hippies, kind of like Linus Tech Tips, if you ever came across him, like that kind of sector of YouTube. And they have been doing like deep investigative journalism and like mapping out all this shit that's going on with like RAM prices and everything else. This is one of their stories.
Wait,
just crippled them.
What's the name of the YouTube channel?
Gamers Nexus.
Gamers Nexus, and they're essentially bearish on when it comes to RAM and all SNDK. That's
this is a whole like. There's a world outside of finance and like stocks. These guys are like gaming nerds that build, gaming systems.
Right.
Like, they're interested in like building gaming GPUs, and like they'll have videos about making computer equipment or like GPU suppliers, motherboards, like all that kind of nerd shit. And with all of the AI spend and how hard it is to get GPUs and RAM right now, do you think the nerds are just going to silently be like, I guess we're just going to have to pay 3 times the price on RAM? Or do you think they're going to get nerd rage and weaponize their autism at the fucking supply chain? Which do you think is more likely?
Yeah, definitely weaponized. They're fucking autistic.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're weaponizing their autism against the supply chain, and this is something they dug up.
If you ever want to see a narrative shift, don't fuck with the gamers, because they're the ones that are going to hack your shit.
You charge like 3x on RAM for, let's say, 10x on RAM, damn near, we're getting to. These nerds are getting mad, and they are much better at the internet than you are. They're much better at researching. They're much better at sitting in boredom and reading through a document or finding a shipping manifest or doing whatever the hell nerds do. Like, their Reddit has been mobilized,
I couldn't agree with you, bro. I'm actually going to start following that right now. Are they, so here's my question. Are companies that's selling the hardware, building a computer, are they seeing, obviously they're going to have to raise their, they're going to have to raise some of their prices.
Is Corsair publicly traded? I think Corsair might be.
Yeah.
That would be one to look at.
Actually, it's a good thing we're bringing this one up. Yeah, they're trading at $5.20. I think we touched on this one a couple of weeks ago. They're like the third-party manufacturer. They don't really make them in-house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cruise. They slap a blinky light and a fucking heat sink onto like somebody else's chips and call it a day. But you have Crucial, which is I believe Micron owns Crucial, that's closing down their division, their like retail division, which is Crucial. Like that's kind of like going away because this demand is pinching like domestic supply for, I got to get these, if they start fixing the RAM thing, I got to get my chips on the market, like probably ASAP. I should do that this weekend, honestly, now that I think about it.
Yeah, this guy, well, I'm not going to divulge your personal stuff. Hey, what's going on, Joannon?
Oh, I got a fuck ton of DDR RAM. I don't mind you guys want to say it.
There you go.
DDR4 RAM.
Yeah, Crispy is low-key rich, guys. Let's just put it that way.
It's not low-key rich, about 5G's worth, so it's like I'm not buying a Bentley off this thing, but I could probably sell my RAM and get a decent, sensible used Corolla.
Well, with that extra 5Gs, I'll go full degen and throw it right back into the fucking market. That's just me. I don't like having money sitting around. I like it working for me. But again, that's just me. What up, Joe?
Hey guys, good to hear you. I came in a little bit late. I didn't get a notification that you guys started, but glad to be here. Going back to your theme about shorting stocks, looking at the bigger picture here, I'm seeing private equity, debt issues out there that are, obviously making big headlines now. And a lot of people are thinking that, there's signs that this is very similar, reminiscent to 2008. So I think if we focus on ways of shorting some of these sectors that we think we could, that are going to take a hit, it's worth putting some effort into. And I had some names here, but if you short them, the problem with some of these like BDCs, the business development corporations, you have to pay the yield, right? You have to pay that dividend, and they're paying anywhere from like 12 to 14%. And then even, the puts are just so expensive. So, I like the option strategies there. I'm thinking maybe of selling a put and then buying a put that's at a lower price to offset the cost of the put. So putting a spread on possibly, but if anybody wants to, dive into some of those names, then I think that.
What do you call that spread? Would that be like a put credit spread or a put debit spread?
It would be
on the short side. I don't know all of the names for the short side shits.
Yeah, I think it would be a debit spread. So you would buy the closer to the at the money. So let's say the stock's at $50 and you buy a 50 put, and then you could sell a 45 put that you'd be selling for less. So as long as it so if you buy the 45 put, that's protecting you, and then you're selling it at the higher credit. But there's different ways. Obviously, you can play it, and then there's ratio spreads, where you can buy more of the one. Like if you're selling the closer to the money put, and then you're buying puts that are a lower price strike, you can buy more of them because they're less expensive. So, then you just need to move as you get closer, as the stock price goes down, closer to being in the money on the one that you have multiple. So let's say you could do like 3 puts and you sell one closer. So your net out of pocket is maybe 0, or sometimes you even have a credit. But as that price goes down, if you do get the big decline that you're looking for, you're starting to make money now on those 3 puts, at the lower strike price. And that's a strategy that I looked at in the silver market. So if you look at SLV, if I had put those in, at 100 and bought or sold, let's say a 95 put, and then bought 70 puts when it came all the way down, I would have been making money there. So, and it wouldn't cost a fortune, because just buying the hedge, you're looking at like a 10% premium for a month out, for near at the money put for protection. So in my mind, I'm giving up all of the upside, right? So in order to offset that, if you sell the at money put, that can bring in enough premium to pay for the other. But a number of different ways to attack it, and I'm just looking for different names, out there. We had the Blue Owl, and that was the one that blew up, and then there's ARCC, OBDC, BXSL, FSK, BIZD. But again, they all have huge yield. I don't know how the best way is to play. Maybe there's other sectors like, insurance. I understand that insurance companies are holding a lot of this bad debt, and as things, if they do snowball, we may see weakness there. So I'm triple short the banks, just using an ETF, and that has been working out, to some degree here, but it's certainly not a pure play. But if the whole financial system rolls over. And then one other question I wanted to bring up is anybody specializing in looking for like short squeezes out there? Because I have one stock that I have a pretty good sized position in, is Rumble, RUM, and that's the free speech version of YouTube, basically, right? And this one has been attacked by like the deep state, where they've really hammered this stock down, and the chart looks just awful on it. But going back to your data centers, they're buying a company called Northern Data. It's a data center, like cloud service provider from Germany, and the deal's supposed to close in the second quarter. So, we're right there, and it's going to make Rumble the 7th largest cloud provider. And I'm thinking that this is going to help their earnings in a big way.
That's interesting. They're partnering with the Germans. That worries me.
Well, they're buying the company, but Tether was a big investor in Rumble. They put like $75 million in about a year ago, and the stock went up quite a bit on that. Then they hammered it back down again. They made another big investment, but Tether was one of the big owners of that Northern Data company.
Yeah, and Tether's the original stablecoin grifters. So like as the stablecoin like movements are kind of coming up, Tether. A lot of people looking at Tether.
And another thing to know, I posted the rum chart in the purple pill. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so Tether, I guess this Northern Data company was going to go public at like a $10 billion valuation, and Tether orchestrated the deal to let Rumble buy them for only $1 billion. So to me, it looks like that was a steal. But because Tether now owns it might be like 40-something% of Rumble. I'm not sure what their actual ownership is, but there's very little float from my understanding. And I think if you look at the short position, it was around 20 million shares. So
and who's behind Rumble? Just for the audience.
Rumble was started by a guy named Chris Pavlovsky. He's Canadian.
Who funded it?
I know where you're going with this. Yeah, I read it exactly.
PayPal Mafia. Yeah, Teal. Wasn't he initially behind Tether? I'm looking it up right now. Oh, no, not Tether. Sorry, Rumble.
Yeah, I know that they provide the cloud service for Truth Social. So Trump had partnered with him from a technology standpoint. And that's when Truth Social finally started gaining traction. If you remember, they had a real difficult start where, there was a limited number of people that could get on the app. As soon as they used Rumble's cloud service, they were able to get up very quickly.
Yeah, this is all in the Peter Thiel web. I think that's your connective tissue to look at deeper. I know you guys are probably looking at the charts and stuff, but I look at the graph, the grift, or whatever you want to call it, like for better or for worse. Like I'm seeing a fundamental shift of capital that's happening on a global scale from like old money to new money. And your new money players, PayPal Mafia, deep in the thick of things. I'm seeing it across defense heavily, industrials, you can see this here behind like this Rumble Northern Comms deal, is it Northern Data Communications or what's the full company name?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's Northern Data. That's how I've heard it referred as. So is that a good
Northern Data Group? Northern Data Group. Northern Data Communications, I think, is different. Northern Data Group, Frankfurt, Germany.
Yeah, that should be it. It was definitely Germany.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting weave to do some like analysis on the other side of the ticker. You know what I mean? In terms of like the financing, the players involved. I think that's where there's a lot of potential there. But from a short squeeze, what are you seeing like in the float? And in like the cost to buy? Are we seeing an uptick in the cost to buy?
It was like I've been following the cost because I thought I was looking for a short squeeze like a year ago, and it's just been a disaster and like a slow bleed out. But I think at one point it was over 30%, and I actually had an account at Schwab, and they asked me if I would lend out shares. So I was actually getting paid to lend out the shares for a while, but then they returned them back to my other account because it's a separate account that they opened for lending. And they never asked for them back again. But I go into StockTwits and I'll search that ticker, and there's guys saying that they post what the rate is. I don't usually go to the other site to see what the rate is. But I just think we just need a spark here, something positive. And with Tether, I think they were making $10 billion a year. I think they might be up to like $20 billion a year. So they're able to direct a lot of advertising dollars, I think, over to Rumble. So I'd expect at some point this is going to be profitable, and I'm waiting for the squeeze. But it's not an area that I really focus on. So I figure I'd throw it out there because you guys do much more in the technicals and get into the weeds in the companies.
If it gets back at 480-ish, right at my 786, again, I'm live on YouTube for those of you that don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I would not financial advice, I would probably start DCAing down there. Not financial advice, but yeah. This thing has been getting slammed since for like a whole 2 years now.
Well, the core business has been like not very successful. They pretty much market it as right-wing anything goes YouTube. but like YouTube without the censorship. But I think the whole dynamic has shifted with Trump in the White House, where there's much more incentive to not be as censor heavy for these big players. They're getting much more freedom to not be such a nanny state. So like the nanny state is getting out of favor.
Right.
And so Rumble's like core positioning is starting to be like disrupted a little bit, like when in regards to like Twitch, YouTube, all these other players that are now like being less hardcore on the nanny state horseshit. But yeah.
Isn't there some controversial figures in there, which I dare not say, but isn't that sort of putting a bad limelight on Rum? If you know what I'm talking about.
Of course. Well, you got Milo Yiannopoulos, but there's some excellent journalists on. I don't want to fade Rumble just like saying that it's just like a right-wing propaganda vessel. A lot of it is a right-wing propaganda vessel, but there's some like good journalists on, like, what's his name? The guy who broke the... Oh, my brain is still not operating.
It's fine.
Too late.
Dan Bongino is the largest podcaster out there.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Stephen Crowder. Crowder,
like all these mouthpieces. Like you can like him or hate him, like. But I'm trying to think of like what's his name who did the big WikiLeaks thing where they unveiled the Patriot Act and all the surveillance state, and that guy left to Russia, like.
Snowden or Assange?
Snowden and Assange. But then there was the journalist that actually like wrote up the stuff. He's the gay guy. I think he lives in Brazil. But
okay, so there's not. It's not that. It's not only a certain bad actor, or you know who I'm talking about, that begins with an N.
Yeah, it's not just right-wing puppets. There are a couple good journalists that are in there. So I don't want to fade the whole platform as saying like it's a right-wing propaganda vessel, but that's how it's viewed in the market.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah, and I think like Barstool Sports was another big name that they brought over, and what Tether helped them do.
If they got Barstool's fucking huge.
Yeah, it's. I know that a lot of people think that it's right wing, but they actually said that it's more. There's more Democrat-based content, I believe, on there. I don't know if it's true or not, but the bigger part, though, I think
Glenn Greenwald. Sorry, I don't know why I wasn't thinking that. Glenn Greenwald has a big Rumbles channel too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think you'll see more content providers come over there, and what Tether helped them to do is come out with this wallet where they can actually tip. You can tip your, your podcaster, and I think you can use cryptocurrency, to do that. So you can give, some Bitcoin or XRP as a tip to them. And they're working also in like Washington. I think they built a studio where politicians can come in and they can use the Rumble studio to do podcasts, and then they can take donations right there through the Rumble app. But I think the cloud business. So what happened is Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO, he had to start his own cloud business because if you remember, like Dan Bongino was on Parler originally, and they were using AWS. So, the Amazon just pulled the whole carpet out. So like one day I went to listen to, to Parler, and the whole app was gone, and it took them months and months to come back up, and everybody lost all their viewers. So a lot of them wound up moving over to Rumble. And so he built the cloud there, so it's protected because they would have shut this down a long time ago. So this was one of the, the first free speech platforms when we were still under the censorship.
Yeah, with January 6th and COVID, like AWS, Google Cloud Platform, GCP, Azure, a lot of these people were essentially like crippling these voices that were counter to like mainstream narratives. They were just like, okay, your website is having these controversial opinions. You no longer have a cloud backend. They would just cut off the cloud backend based on this kind of propaganda war that was going on during the COVID, January 6th, like Trump, that whole froth of that market, like that censorship thing. There was a lot of cloud moves behind the scenes during that whole censorship uprising, and Rumble kind of like surfaced as an alternative to that. Just like kind of how when Musk bought Twitter, you had Blue Sky like jump up as like the left-wing equivalent, like, okay, they're bringing the Nazis back to Twitter. You have to go to Blue Skies where it's all safe and we can all just, like, do our own circle jerk over here. It's another echo chamber, So this is, like, the early waves of that. And now that the pendulum has swung right, you have left-wing platforms that are coming up to that as people are, like, trying to get out of X or whatever, So it's this ebb and flow of free speech. But I do think that if there's a data center play behind this, if there's like everything outside of Rumble's core business, I think is where it's interesting to look. And I think that's what you're picking up right here.
Yeah, I think Tether's going to continue to make investments and kind of drive the direction of the company. And they came in with their first investment at like $7.50, so they're underwater right now. So they didn't put hundreds of millions of dollars into this company to lose money. I don't think so. I think there is a bigger play here as they're looking to gain traction. And like you said, the people that are behind all of this and what their long-term thesis is. So, so I'm hanging in there, although the chart looks horrible there. And, and again, I brought it up because I figure if there's anybody who specializes in short squeezes here and, they wanted to look into it and see what the thoughts are. Again, I've been off with the timing. I thought the squeeze was going to happen a long time ago. And in these chat groups like the Stock Twits, they're constantly pounding the table, for 2 years now about a short squeeze, and the short position just gets larger and larger, and certainly they're winning by looking at the chart. They're the ones making all the money so far.
Let's subpoena the dark pool data. Let's see. Oh, that's right. let's not do that because the financial markets work in absolute, right? Fucking ridiculous.
Well, there was some news, I believe it was Friday, maybe Thursday, about like the new stablecoin bill. There was some action about like the banks and like
the Clarity Act bullshit.
Yeah. There was some news, but like it was one of those like I wonder if there's any crypto people down in the audience that might want to give us some light on that, because it's one of those, is this going to save Bitcoin kind of moments, or is this going to hinder the crypto markets? But there's a lot of confusion about what the banks can charge and how the banks can monetize stablecoins. And there was some new congressional or some new legislative stuff. I'm trying to dig into it now, but I can't quite find it. I just remember hearing about the news.
I literally just posted the Bitcoin chart in the Nest, guys. So, very interesting. The setup, the formation, the pattern, pretty much mimicking 2022. And if you guys see that bear flag or that bear setup potential, might see more downside, potentially 38%. Again, not financial advice. I'm just looking left. I'm not a goddamn magician. I'm just looking left, folks. And very interesting where we are now on Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin drops, man, oh boy, you guys, it's not looking good.
My favorite Bitcoin quant, Bones, she calls it out on the moon cycles, but she's saying that April conference, that's likely when the meltdown event's going to happen. There's a conference in April, and she said every time that conference happens, we see a major dip in Bitcoin.
Is it around April 1st? Because I do have an event or Fibonacci.
Oh God, I want to make an April Fool's Day joke.
Oh my
I
fucking
keep
God!
dipping back into the well.
I'm fucking done with you. God damn it.
April. Yeah, cool.
I forgot that you can't joke around with Chris because he will take the joke too serious. So yeah, Bitcoin chart definitely in the Nest. Take a look at that. I'm just looking left again. I'm just seeing the same pattern setup. And if that drops, equities will drop as well, based on prior history, price action, from what I've seen. So.
Oh, guys, bad news break. The Dubai Token 2026 conference has officially been rescheduled to next year.
Let's go.
So this is probably not the conference that, I think it's Bitcoin 2026 is the main kind of conference that she was talking about. But the Dubai conference, they rescheduled it. So it's a tough time for like the Dubai crypto and Instagram models these days.
What's up, Heather?
Hey, darling, how are ya?
Great. It's always a pleasure to have you up here. What's going on?
Good morning, Crispy. So guess what? That Bitcoin conference is April 23rd.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the one I think Bones was talking about. Y'all would have to follow Bones to follow that a little closer.
Is that in Vegas still this year?
I don't know where it's located this year, but she came into the space the other day, and that was the date she gave.
From my understanding, attendance has dropped from the heyday.
It could have.
Blondie, that was before Eric Trump was confirmed as a speaker, okay?
Lol.
Love it.
Well, essentially, anytime they touched they got the Trump coin that drove, Ivanka coin that completely collapsed. I don't know. I don't know if this was a good thing, putting Trump and him touching Bitcoin. It hasn't been a good look.
It's not my monkey, not my circus, but it is interesting to watch. Like I like to. It's pretty low in my layers of my realm of concern, but it is. I do think it's good to pay attention to, like, the moves around, like, the crypto communities, and especially like the banks moves. I think it's understanding the way that this stablecoin thing is going to flesh out. Like, do I think it's behind this underlying interweaving conspiracy to, like, completely, like, save the debt crisis? Maybe not. But, like, there's a lot of billies that are getting tossed around in this ecosystem.
Yeah, and then what was it, that company, Jane Street, or State, that hedge fund, State, what is it, Jane Street?
Jane Street, yeah, Jane Street, they're the quantitative hedgies, but...
Yeah, everybody was thinking, like, they're the only players shorting this, yeah.
They're still sponsoring the Dwarkesh Patel podcast, which I find is interesting. So, but they're scooping up AI talent. Like, Jane Street's really interesting as far as how they operate. I think... I need to look back and see if there's any updates on that story, but it's probably not. Just like Miss D was talking about the other day, like, we're not going to see any results from these types of criminal actions or for years. You know, they're just going to fight it out in courts for quite some time.
I do want to.
Well, anymore, you don't know if it's a hit piece or not. I mean, it's just constant. It's a hit piece that gets taken back. It's a hit piece that gets taken back, or it's real and nobody's paying attention because they don't know the difference. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Jane Street was Terraform Labs bankruptcy. There's a big lawsuit going on there, so that's an interesting thing, because Jane Street plays in a lot more than crypto. They were major holders in Ondas. They were major movers on that, and they're major movers in a lot of high beta. When you see Jane Street coming into, like, your ticker of choice or your company of choice, like, it's just buckle up, because things are about to get a little frothy. But if you're a chartist, if you're a trader, like, you love it when Jane Street comes to town, because they'll just play these tickers like a fiddle.
Abso-fucking-lutely. I got one of my favorite guys up here, no homo, no diddy. Starpunk, what is going on, Star?
I love listening to you guys. Hello, all. You guys are made my day when I found your spaces. How's everybody?
I'm doing great, brother.
I honestly want to just shut the fuck up and listen to Starpunk explain to me, like, the stablecoin market and, like, what's going on.
You know what I love about Starpunk?
I only coarsely know.
You know what I love about I love when he goes into, and I'm gonna be very honest with you. I've been a gay bear for like a month and a half. And I always like to hear what Starpunk, because he's really got the tea on what's happening in the background, the plumbing and the financial systems. So he's been in the game for over 25, 20 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if there's one man I like to listen to, no diddy, no homo, it's Starpunk. So I would really want him to chime in on, like, what's happening with the credit market and commodities, etc. Take the floor, please.
Well, thank you for that introduction. That was very flattered me. Thank you. I've been around the space since the 90s. I would say that right now, like, system, I described this to our friend Horse. I said the system itself, the broader global financial system, it's got like a survival mechanism, right? So when it looks like we're going to collapse, and oh my God, whoever's moving pieces, doing things, getting stressed about a war, whatever's happening, the system seems to, like, get itself back into balance and not die. Just like we have survival mechanisms that, you know, you cut off your breath for a while, you find a way to get another breath, right? And the system does that. So, like, right now, I mean, yesterday was an ugly fucking day. Banks traded fine. Right? Like, yesterday I would have expected the banks to get fucking hammered. Right? Nope, not at all. My shorts in my banks didn't do a fucking thing. Right? And then my Gush, which one of our boys turned me on to, which I love, I banked a 50% call option on that bad boy. And I kept the long ones, the September ones, rolling. I said, oh, perfect. Gush is up a couple bucks today. I'll hit the bid on those September calls. I'll rotate, bam, bam. And the calls were offered. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, how are these not 6 bid? Right? And offered. I'm like, okay. what's going on? And I started to see a lot of decoherence in the system kind of clawing its way back in survival mode, right? We're not going to have a credit crisis tomorrow. Might happen in 3 or 6 months. Oil's not going to break out, we don't think. And then Trump, what does he do? He comes out after, the market, and what happens? He had a news, we're just about winding down in Iran. Now today I'm not putting my troops anywhere. And it's like he walked it back, right? And what I always find with the system and the plumbing is it takes a lot to get to a GFC. It takes a lot, right? And in times of mega fucking stress, you find that the system is far more able to survive than you give it credit for. And unless there's like somebody who literally can't pay a lot of fucking money and there's a big fucking problem, you're probably going to be okay, at least in the short run. So from a plumbing standpoint, right, short term, we're fine. We're fine. The banks didn't sell off yesterday. We're fine, right? And in terms of, the bigger picture, right? I was talking to our guys on our Discord, and the one thing that I'm very conscious of, because I cut my teeth in fixed income, is the 10-year rate, right? The 10-year is supposed to be like the most liquid piece of paper in the world. And it kind of is. And that thing went from 389 at the start of the war to it was at 439 yesterday. That's 50 basis points, right? That's a huge move in a week and a half, especially when that's supposed to be the safest asset in the world. The ultimate flight to quality has historically been the 10-year bond, right? Well, that fucking yield went higher. That means they're selling bonds. So take away the 50 that they took, right? And then think about the 50 that we were supposed to get when the war broke out. And the way I look at it is the 10-year bond's off 100 basis points since the start of this war, from where it should be to where it is, right? That's not normal, right? So the 4.2% line it kept bumping its head up against 4.2% and then kind of drifted back down to around 410. Well, the war broke out. It flipped that 420. It came back down to 420, and it bounced, and now we're close to 440. So it turned that 420 line from resistance to support, okay? That's bad, right? That means everybody's cost of capital is gone up, right? That means credit spreads are going to get wider and wider. Why? Because they're now 50 basis points more expensive than they were 2 weeks ago. Okay. Well, if you got to pay at least 50 basis points more because your credit spread didn't change, say you're 200 over, right? And you're paying 50% more this week than you were 2 weeks ago, well, 50% more is a little bit more stress on your business because it's, it ate into your margins, right? So now we got to take 200 to maybe 250. So now credit spreads have to naturally grow a little bit just because you're paying more on your refis and on your new money. Okay, well, that's not good for anybody, right? Because our system, our global financial system, let's be real, they can't afford itself. It's just, we're too leveraged, the rates are too high, and nobody wants to refinance their credit card at 30%. They want a new credit card at 0, right? That's what everybody wants. But right now, the world's not getting that, right? And that's the nations, that's the companies, that's going to be people, right? So unless that straightens itself out, medium term, probably got problem, right? Longer term, got big fucking problem, right? And so, plumbing wise, Tether, back to the questions you asked, right? The idea of crypto is that these stable coins have to buy a lot of especially short-term treasury paper. I think it's per the Genius Act. I don't know which crypto legislation it was, in order to be a stable coin. So I think the last time I looked, Tether was the 7th largest holder of United States Treasury bonds in the world. Okay. Well, if other countries are tapering down their demand and their holdings of treasury bonds, which we know China is. They're letting them roll off naturally, mature, get their money by gold, right? Then, somebody's got to replace that demand. Why? Because our debt is growing. So that means more treasury bonds, right? Our budget deficit is growing. That means more treasury bonds, right? Well, how do you take a waning global demand and add more bonds to less appetite? You don't, right? So you need a new player, right? Enter crypto. That's why, me personally, I'm very bullish on crypto longer term, because it's a nice, even if it doesn't save the day, it really provides a nice cushion, right? You can't just take away all the demand, right? But you can take away some and add some back, and it's, kind of softens the blow, right? So,
Star, real quick, the 20-year note, TLT, if there's a target at 80.94, what does that say about the broad market?
bad. That means cost of capital is going way higher. So 85 on the TLT is kind of rough. Just in everybody's mind, just think this way: 85 on TLT means 5% on the 30-year bond. It's the longest duration treasury bond. Okay, so 85 TLT equals 5% 30-year. If you tell me 80, now we're at 5.25 plus. So that means that the 30 years going to about call it 5.5. The 10-year is probably going to like 450 to 475. And the 5 year is going to be north of 4%. And what you're going to see is I think they call that a bear steepener, right? Where the back end of the curve just lifts itself higher, right? And yeah, that's the problem is that's okay. Like back in Paul Volcker's day, where everybody talks about Paul Volcker in the 70s and all that horse shit, right? We weren't in the debt situation we were, right? We could afford ourselves back then. Everybody could. There just wasn't any amount of leverage like we have nowadays in the system, right? So it's not analogous, right? When you have budget deficits to cover and you have treasury bonds coming due and they're rolling off, at 3.5%, and you're refining that stuff at 5.5%. I mean, I'm sure many of you have had a mortgage in your life, right? You want to go from 5.5 to 3.5, not from 3.5 to 5.5. Those are different things. And what we're doing, and what the world is doing, it's not just America. Everybody blames America, but it's the UK, it's Australia, it's Japan, it's fucking everybody, right? They're going from 3.5 to 5.5, right? And that's going to drag all the companies that do business into a higher refinancing environment, right? That kills your margins. That could fuck up your business. And nobody appreciates, the reality that from 1980 to COVID, rates just came down, right? And in a descending rate environment, you can keep borrowing more and more money and refining it out, stretching it out, because every time you come to the market to borrow more money, it's a lower rate, right? You're constantly going from your 5.5% mortgage to your refi 3.5%, and life's fucking getting great. You're taking your wife and your kids on vacation and getting new cars, and life is fucking awesome. But when you go from 3.5 to 5.5, that's a big fucking problem, especially when you're already levered out the fucking ass, right? And what's happening right now is rates in the world have bounced and gone the other way. Right, we're in the absolute worst trajectory we could be on, because our costs of refi are going higher at a time when we're kind of max levered. And if you look at the stock market on Friday, you look at gold, you look at asset prices on Friday, they went fucking down. So the value of our holdings, of our collateral, is going down. Our costs to refi are going up, and there's no sign of that, changing, right? Like going back the other way to happy times. And so I'll end with saying the system always has a really interesting way of surviving. So don't discount the survivability of the system, definitely in the short term. But in the long term, pay attention to the trend, watch the TLT levels, and watch the 10-year rate. And if you just see those things just charting and pushing higher, yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong.
I just want to say, Star, that's fucking great segment you just give right there. Give Star a goddamn follow. He's also in my Discord. He's got his own channel. He posts all the alpha in his own channel in the Discord, folks. I mean, I'm always digging in there every time he posts whatever articles / alpha. Give him a fucking follow. Go ahead, Joanna. You got your hand raised.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Starpunk a question. I agree with so much of what Starpunk's talking about, and that's kind of the same. I come from the same background and look at things from the same approach. And yeah, absolutely. With the amount of debt we have coming due, like just this year, it's $7 trillion plus the $3 trillion of new spending, the deficit. There, $10 trillion need to be refinanced. So if that has to be done, at 1% higher, just think of the massive cost that has on our system. And everything, in my opinion, is that this whole financial system worldwide is just a house of cards, and it works until it doesn't work, and we just have to look for signs that things are breaking down so we can react. And we probably won't have time to do that when it actually does unfold. But the question for Starpunk is, where do you think the safe money has been going? Because watching this whole thing unfold since the war started, as you said, normally you'd have money going into treasury bonds, and we see interest rates going higher, so it certainly wasn't going there. The other safe haven would be gold, and gold came down from 5,600 to wherever we are now, 4,600. Yeah. So it's not going into precious metals. And I've talked with other people, and we really can't figure out where the safe money's going. Is it just sitting in cash?
So gold, that's a short-term thing. Like anything can happen in the short term. So what I like, so I come from not only fixed income but also volatility trading. I was also like an options trader, and so we always talk. So you always think in terms of like in the index, right? You take an index of stocks, and you look at their correlations, right? And as correlations start to break down, right, you start paying real close attention, right? When the world gets like decoherent and you see things trading in weird spots, you're like, what the fuck's going on? I don't understand what the fuck's going on, right? Well, part of that is, you ever hear people say every cycle is different? That's true. And the reason that you see decoherence, I could give you a bunch of examples, right? Well, gold, look at the 70s, right? During the 70s, gold had a couple of major fucking drawdowns, and that was the biggest bull market for gold, okay? And, you get into an environment where you have these emerging markets, say, right? And the amount of oil they use relative to their, proportionate to their gross domestic product is actually, like, real high. Right? So they need oil, they need diesel, they need that, right? Well, when oil goes from $65 a barrel to 187 Omani oil, because that's all they can get right now, right? That's a big difference, right? You need dollars. So what do? They have some gold, they have some silver, whatever's up, they sell, right? They raise cash, they buy whatever they can, because they got to keep that shit going, right? So in the short term, why do you sell your gold? Well, if you've been sitting on gold like me since 1900, even when it goes down to 4,600, you're still up more than 100%, right? So you take your profits, you rotate and get some fucking oil, right? That's one reason you see gold going down, right? Because people are liquidating things to raise cash to do other things with that, right? Another reason, right? Maybe there's a fund, right? They got a lot of different trades going on, right? A lot of different sectors. Okay, well, maybe one sector was short oil at like, $75. He says, oh, no way, it's going higher. And then, boom, Iran war. And now we're at 125, right? And it's like, holy shit, I just lost $350 million in 15 fucking minutes, right? Well, what do you do as a firm, right? You got to make a margin call tomorrow. Got to pay somebody, right? What do you sell? Okay, you sell assets, raise cash, post collateral, right? That's what contributes to decoherence. That's why things can behave weird in the short run, because people got to do stuff to keep the firm going, right? Or keep your country going, or get some diesel to stick in this machine to keep mining silver, or whatever, right? So in the short term, when you see major volatility, especially in something like oil, right? you're going to see decoherence. And, you know, that's, I think, when I would very much rely on a guy like Sammy to post some charts and, like, make sense of what he's seeing in the charts. And, like, bigger picture charts, like SPY, you know, or like companies that are plugged into the broader global market trend, right? And business cycle. Because those charts are going to tell you, like, what we're doing medium term, maybe, right? Give you a bigger picture, but it'll help you see through some of this noise, which I call decoherence. That's what we used to call it. When typical correlations start to break down between assets, you don't get what's going on. What's going on is, in the short term, people are scrambling, and it's causing asset prices to do all kinds of different things. But after this, you know, the smoke clears and the dust settle, the way I look at it, right? The guys who really want to own gold are going in and buying fucking gold right now, right? The guys who want to own silver are going in and buying fucking silver right now, right? They're filling their bellies, right? They got the speculators out. Now they got the panicans to puke up their guts. We've come from 5,800 to 4,500, right? The last bottom a month ago was 44 and change, right? We're right kind of almost like that double bottom, right? And so as a trader, right, where are you willing to take risk? Well, this is a spot where I'm willing to take risk, right? I might lose, but I like my odds, right? It's not about I have to win every trade. It's about, do I like the risk-reward setup that is being presented to me in the asset class that I want to get involved in? Yes or no, right? If it's yes, you buy a little bit, right? If it's no, you remain patient, right? And so for me, where are the flows going? It's something like gold and silver. I mean, Joe, you know about the silver market like me. We listen in the same guys. Like the CME had to settle 80% of the silver that needed to be delivered out of its own account, right? The physical market is tight, right? They can do whatever they want with that fucking paper price. The physical market, tight. So the idea that it's getting puked up and the physical market is tight and it looks like gold is double bottoming tells me the big dogs are looking to fill their fucking bellies right here, right? So where is it going? Me personally, I don't know, but I'm betting here that we're going up, right? And that the big dogs, when they take this thing up, it's not coming back down, right? And then you're going to wake up in that brave new world, and maybe that's 3 months from now, you know? But in the short term, and the last 2 weeks, that's the short term, don't be fooled by the decoherence and the lapsing correlations, because in the short term, in a situation where oil goes from 65 to 120, right, and then whips back down to 77 and then trades back to 100, a lot of wacky shit can happen. And don't try to make sense of it, you know? Just stick to the bigger charts and the bigger companies that are really involved in the whole world, and try to make sense of that chart, and that'll kind of give you an idea of where the other things that you're looking at are heading. That's just my take.
Thank you for. Go ahead.
And I'm still looking to short banks, but I think they're going to catch a bounce here, and the KBW is going to head above 80, and we're going to get a better chance to reset our shorts. By the way, I know you're short fast like I am.
Yeah, and I was honestly thinking about I almost lost my train of thought. Guys, real quick, I forgot to say this. Everything's being recorded on YouTube, so if you missed anything that he was talking about, especially in the earlier sessions, it's in the Nest. Everything's recorded. Do a little bit of a playback because there is a lot of alpha being spread around, especially Star. Again, he's in the Discord. Give a follow to the Discord. It's all free for now. My ass will charge one day, but not now. So that being said, Star, one last thing before anything else. Is there a specific company you're looking at for a long play? Because we mostly talk about shorting. What about the long play?
Yeah, Smith & Wesson.
There you go. That's a weapon company, right?
Non-corp, yeah, it's a handgun company. They saw. So I trade. What I do is I formulate a thesis. I think about how this year might play out. I think about what I want to own. It's a midterm year, right? Midterm years are notoriously rocky, right? What has performed traditionally well in midterm years have been precious metals and gun companies, right? And this is going to be a pretty, contentious election again, right? And so I said, all right, let's look at the ammo companies, look at the gun companies, let's see what they're doing, right? Smith and Wesson, I come on those guys, they were trading around $10. I said, okay, this is easy. They pay dividend. I'll buy some of those. And when I get long company, I try not to, and don't always do this unless you really know what you're doing. I don't buy the shares outright. I'll buy literally a one lot so that I can see it all the time, see it move. And then what I'll do is I'll look at the options chain and I'll look for like an 80 or 90 delta call. And I'll buy like 5 or 10 of those, which is like essentially buying like 500 to 1,000 shares or something, but I'm spending like 1/5 the price to have the same type of exposure, right? So if you buy a $10 stock 1,000 times, it's 10 grand, right? But if you spend $3 on a 7 call, right? That's 100 shares, right? That's $300, and then you can buy 10 of those. You spend $3 grand, right? So for the same 1,000 share exposure, right? I only paid $3 grand. I didn't pay 10 grand, right? And so I try to gain leverage like that. I don't buy the out of the money calls unless I have a real good reason to. And in general, I'll explain it in a second. Unless you're really, really conscious of how to trade out of the money options, my word of advice is stay away from them. Be a seller of calls versus your natural long stock positions, but do not start, YOLOing into some fucking, 15 delta call option, because 99 times out of 100 you're going to lose. But what I do is the same thing that Paul and Nancy Pelosi do, right? They don't buy stock. What they do is they go in and buy like 60, 70, 80 delta options, call options, and then they can basically triple lever themselves in it at like, essentially you're getting 100,000 shares of exposure for 1/3 the price.
Yeah, leaps essentially.
Not leaps. No. No.
So what's different from leaps? Because that's how I usually play it.
Leaps are years away, right? I'm buying calls like three months out, right? But I'm not buying like so in the Smith and Wesson example. I wasn't buying the 13 calls for the stock to go to 15. I was buying the 7 calls, right? And the 7, that's not a
deep in the money.
Deep in the money options. That's absolutely right. Because you're going to get about 100 shares of exposure per contract, but you're going to spend 1/3 of the share price, right? And the only difference is you don't get dividends, and you do got to manage that position because it is going to expire, and you're either going to have to buy the shares or roll the options. So I have to kind of be on my game with what I'm doing, but at the end of the day, if there's a play that I really like the Smith and Wesson play, right, I'll just go in and buy the calls and sit on them and just monitor my position. And then it turned out Smith and Wesson had a huge uptick in handgun sales in the fourth quarter, and the stock went from 10 to 14. And yesterday's sell-off, Smith and Wesson had hung in there like a prize fight, right? And that's because
Sammy's chart is killing me, by the way.
Oh yeah, Smith and Wesson chart is in the nest, by the way. It's WBI, the one he's talking about. Absolutely, this fucking thing's beautiful, bro. By the way, go ahead, keep going.
And so, you look at, you think about it, right? So, and I relate this back, by the way. Sammy uses the word confluence when he's doing things, and I love it. It's a beautiful word. Where's the confluence here? Well, it's a midterm year, right? Yesterday we got a nasty fucking sell-off, like bad shit, right? This thing hung in there, right? And if you were going to prepare to make money in, the election cycle, which is going to start up August, September, right? When do you want to fill your belly, and what do you want to own when you're doing that, right? Well, the gun stocks, number one, right? But number two, we're just talking about it, gold and silver. People say, yeah, but gold and silver are selling off. Exactly, right? Exactly. They're getting all the paper hands, all the Sallys, all the fucking panikins to puke up their fucking gold. It's over, right? And meanwhile, the big dogs roll in with, a couple $trillion fucking dollars, buy $1 trillion fucking dollars worth of precious metals, and you're the asshole who sold them your gold at a fucking loss because you FOMO'd in at 5,000 when you shouldn't have, right? You puked it up at 4,400, and right, they stole your bags, and they're riding with those bags through the election, right? That's why I love what I saw yesterday out of gold, what I've been seeing, right? That pressure, that give me those fucking bags, they're fucking mine, right? That's what the market's saying to people, right? All the people who don't have big bankrolls that are worried about paying their monthly rent, right? They're the ones who have to let go of their bags, and they're taking their fucking bags from those people, right? And that makes me more of a buyer than it does a seller. I'm not nervous about it when I see stuff like that at this time of the year in a midterm year. Right now is when you load your belly up and head into September with a bag full of fucking gold and a couple of Smith & Wessons on your fucking waist, right?
Star, a question going back to the options. So you're buying them in the money, like 30% or so in. The reason you're doing that and not buying an at the money call is because you're paying less time value. Is that?
Well, it's two reasons. Number one, absolutely, right? So an at the money option and an out of the money option are 100% premiums. You have zero intrinsic value in that option, right? Intrinsic value, strike price minus stock price, okay? When I buy a 7 call on SWBI and it was at $10, right? I think I paid like $3.20. I paid a little bit of premium, right? But that $3 is intrinsic value, right? That call has a natural $3 value, right? I paid a 20% extra of premium because what I get with owning a 7 call, if God forbid it turns out Smith & Wesson's a fraud or they miss earnings by a mile, right? And stock goes to like $4, right? I can't lose more than $3.20. And what that means is that it's like owning the stock and owning a put at 7, right? So at 7, I stop losing money, right? So that 20 cents of premium that you see, that's essentially what the market's charging me to own that 7 put on the other side if God forbid something happens.
Right, and you're limited risk on the downside. It's almost like somebody buying the stock at $10 and putting a stop loss in at 7, because the most you can lose is that $3.20 time bet.
And that's exactly how you can think of it. But the reality is, when you have a deep in the money option like that 20 cents, everyone should think to yourself, that's what the market's charging me to own the put, so that I don't lose any more than $3. That's why you pay a little extra, because a call intrinsically is stock plus put, right? If you actually do put call parity, you'll see it. But when you own a call, you hold the put along with stock. It's a synthetic position, right? That's what we used to do. That's how you do arbitrage, right? And so I like the calls, number one, that's the 7 strike, because I'm not paying premium, right? Because the market makers can't fucking rob me of my theta, because there is none, right? Number 2, I don't have to pay $10,000 for 1,000 shares, right? I got to pay $3,000, right? Because the calls only cost me $3. I bought 10 of them, so that's $3,000. But I have 1,000 shares of exposure for $3,000, not for $10,000, right?
Or do you ever sell calls at a higher price where you'd be willing to get out of the stock against your synthetic position? Because I'm a firm believer. I love selling calls and collecting that time value. I hate paying for it like you.
Oh, of course. And so a great example 2 weeks ago was HIMS. By the way, thank you, Sammy. It was excellent. We got into HIMS, and on our Discord, we all saw the news break after hours. I think it was Friday. I just went and ran in and bought the stock, right? And then stock ran up, and this is what I did. It was a great play. So I had shares at around, I ended up $22 because I was kind of late to the party. But I know about the HIMS story. I've been following HIMS for a while now, at least a year. And I said, oh, these guys got big short interest, right? I know Citadel had an enormous short interest, right? And I think it was Citadel. And I says, okay. I says, I'll own this stock. I'll take the risk. And stock bounced up and went to 25, right? And what I did was I sold the 25 calls. I sold the fattest premium, right? I want a nice juicy, call premium with my sales. So I sold calls at 25 for like, I don't know, $1.20 or something like that, right? Or $1.30. You're always going to get the fattest premium, time value premium at the money. But then I said, you know what? I said, it's kind of crazy times, right? We were just talking about decoherence. I said, so what I don't want to do is I don't want to give up on an upside of like a GameStop where these guys get fucking bulldozed over and we wake up tomorrow in Brave New World, stocks are like 95. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck, right? So what I did was I sold the 25s, right? I was already in profit from my stock purchase, right? So I sold the 25s. I said they're probably gonna knock this thing back down by March 20 expiration, the triple witch, which they always do. The market makers are tough as nails, right? So they always get the price, right? I said, but if we do happen to pop and it's it's on like Donkey Kong, I don't want to be out of the trade, right? So I looked at it and I did a calendar spread. I said I'll sell the March 20s because I think they'll get it in line by March 20, and I'll collect all these premiums. Right, but then I'll buy the March 13 28s, and I'll use the $1.20 that I was selling the 25 calls, right, to buy 5 of the 28 calls, right? So that was my ratio. I did a 5-by-1. Right, and then that Thursday or Wednesday, I forget when it was, those calls were moving around. They were down to 18 cents. I bought some more that ran up. I bought, I probably averaged in, probably a 5-to-1 ratio. And then the stock ripped and it went towards 28. And I just unloaded my 28 calls because I doubled or tripled my money. And then the stock came crashing back down. And the 25 calls came, the short 25 calls came in the money. And I closed my 25 calls, and I won on both sides of the trade. And I did a calendar spread, right? And I didn't have to pay for the 28 exposure because I sold the calls at the 25 strike to pay for the 28 exposure. And I had my shares, which I'm okay owning at the level that I was okay owning, and I kind of like free rolled on my options trade. I'm using options to finance other trades when it's appropriate. If that makes any sense. That was a trade I did. I love that trade.
I love that. I also posted the HIMS chart on NES, and we initially took it. As soon as that news broke out, I said, holy shit. Look at the angle on that pattern. Look at the neckline. Look at the bump. Look at the look at the cup. And I said, and you guys can see exactly what I saw. And I said, this was a no-brainer for me, not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Please stick one out. I'm not here to help you lose money. I'm here to make money. So anyway, point is, I saw the bump and run reversal, and I said, guys, just saying these are typically your top 3 patterns for continuation run. Again, that pattern is right there in the nest, guys. These bump and run formations, when you see them, you absolutely Google the shit out of it, understand what they are, look at the angle, take your info bar, grab your trading view, and you take the trade, whatever your happy candles are. But HIMS, this thing can potentially, I got that target up there, obviously with the market being a little fucking bearish, this thing could essentially go back up to $40. But yeah, we fucking killed that trade, dude. So congratulations on that one, dude.
Well, it was your guy, it was your TA, it was your charting, and a little bit like old man market wisdom. Think about it this way: whenever you're in a hot stock, right? Not a medium term swing trade like I'm doing with Smith and Wesson, or like with gold, where I think we're going to go higher because I like this risk reward setup. But something like HIMS, where it's much more explosive in the short term, right? Ride your out of the money calls there and get out and take your profits. But be conscious of the fact that once the week is over and the adrenaline's out and you go out Friday night and you get banged up with your friends or whatever, and then Saturday you go see your mom, and Sunday you're kind of like, you go to church or whatever you do, like all of last week kind of washes out of you, right? And that spark goes away, right? So you want to be out of those out of the money options when the market makers show up Monday morning early and beat the motherfucking shit out of your stock and take the calls that you should have been out of on Friday, when everybody was excited, right? They take them down to fucking 4 cents. And you're like, what the fuck happened? And what the fuck happened is you're fighting Goliath, except you're not David and you don't have slingshot, dude. He's going to beat the shit out of you, and your options are going to zero, and he's going to get his price by next Friday. Bet your ass, especially if it's a quadruple witch. They always get their fucking numbers, and that's just life. And so when you're thinking about doing options trade, right? Trade the fire, get long the fire, but at the end of the week, get out of your position, take your profits, and let your short options come back in a week from now. And I promise you, at least 3/4 of the time, if you sell the right strike, that option will expire worthless. And you get on sides with the crazies in the short term, but you keep yourself on sides with the market makers in the long term. If you always do that, you'll be okay.
Wow. I gotta hand it to you, Star. You're fucking killing it today. You woke up in a happy mood today.
Yeah, it's really beautiful out where I am. It's a real nice day.
We need more of that energy, bro. You're destroying it. Absolutely.
Yeah, my ass woke up needing coffee, not forming words, and feeling a hangover even though I didn't drink.
You know what?
Crispy, when you stay up late, it feels like you got hit by a train the next day.
I know, I'm getting too old.
Crispy, I haven't touched alcohol in close to 3 months. It's like a good fucking feeling, bro.
Me neither, dude, but I don't know. It's just like, because I haven't drank since New Year's. I haven't smoked, but like just getting up this morning after being up and out for like till 2, I felt the same as a hangover. It's just been brutal for me. I'm like, I'm getting old, man.
I totally agree with you. I just want to say, guys, everything, again, for the new guys listening in, everything's being recorded. YouTube is in the nest. Especially Star, I don't know what got him going today, but he's fucking happy. He just been spreading alpha nonstop this morning. This guy is killing it. He's also in the Discord. He has his own room. He posts a lot of alpha. Please follow him on Spaces also. And I see a bunch of Discord memberships actually coming in now. So I appreciate that. Star, you're killing it, bro. You're fucking destroying it. I do want to touch on one last thing, and then obviously I've been literally on Spaces for 3.5 hours, I think. Star, I did talk about the MACD on the monthly on SPY. Also, I've been referencing the RSI failure divergences. Right before we have a bear market correction of 20%, 25%. There is a bear market that ensues, especially when you create higher highs and then your RSI is making lower highs. So my question is to you: when do you think? And this is obviously skepticism, speculation. Where do you think we might get this whole credit crisis? Where do you see that timeline?
Well, they're tricky to predict. So like a way to think about it is every credit problem, crisis, however you want to think about it, it definitely, and I've said this to you guys before in Discord, but it comes at you in waves, because the market can't take just straight down. They got to bullshit their way out of something. They've been running so much counter propaganda on the credit, the private credit stuff and the private equity stuff, like on Bloomberg and CNBC. Like it's been going out of style. Like they're really outdoing themselves. And it started with, they're like, how did we fuck it up, right? Well, they fucked it up because software got pounded, right? And software's been borrowing a lot of fucking money. Okay. And data centers, all that bullshit. Well, all these software companies are going to go out of business, and what? Private credit's going to be okay after they lend them all that fucking money? That ain't going to work. And that's why everybody wanted their money back, right? So now, fast forward, they're now untalking the idea that, AI is going to cannibalize software, right? And now they have these other guys like, well, we're, just because they want to redeem their shares out of this private credit fund doesn't mean that it's a bad purchase, or that it just means they want their money back. Blah blah blah. But we still like private credit. Blah blah blah. Right. But if you look at that J.P. Morgan deal last week that fell apart, they got stuck with those bonds. So when you have an underwriter, and you call an underwriter and you say, "Hey man, can you underwrite me, $10 billion in money? They say, yeah, sure, we'll figure it out. We'll come up with a structure and we'll get somebody to lend you that money, And then they do the deal and they underwrite it, right? Well, if they can't sell that deal, they're stuck with that, right? And so that happened. And they can say whatever they want on Bloomberg. You can put Ken Griffin or Bill Ackman or whoever the fuck you want talking about how wonderful private credit is and it's such a good idea. But the reality is, if there isn't an actual demand for that paper, that means those people aren't getting their funding, right? And the way I look at it is that only gets worse in a rising rate environment. So the trend, not our friend, right? Not even close. And the next conversation that we're going to have regarding private credit, the way private credit works, and this is kind of a really good way to think about it, I guess. They're allowed to redeem their money quarterly, right? But there's a 5% gate in a lot of these places. So they can only pay out 5% of all redemptions. So say people want $100 million back, right? They're like, it's $100 million worth of people want their money back. Could only be 5 people, but $100 million is being subscribed to be redeemed. Okay. Well, if 5%, right, ends up being only like 20 million of that 100 million or 25 million or whatever it is of the total fund value, they're only paying out 5%. So the people only get, $25 million back, right? Well, there was 100 million subscribed for it. So that means $75 million worth of people didn't get their fucking money. Okay, so now 3 months goes by, we come to the next quarter. What does the redemptions look like now, right? Did they go from 75 million and disappear because everybody's happy hunky-dory with their risk now? Or is 75 million turned into 275 million, right? Now we got big fucking problem, right? Now, think this way, okay? Wall Street's a big fucking grapevine, big rumor mill, okay? When there's redemptions going on, people are talking, like, well, how much you got? What are you doing? Like, they go out every fucking night. Everybody's going out with their coverage and with their sales coverage and their people every fucking night. And they're talking about what's going on. What kind of redemptions are you seeing in your fund? Are you still getting redemptions? Are people still calling? What's the deal? That information is out there, right? So you don't know, whether we went from 75 million down to 25 million or went from 75 million up to 275 million. And oh, by the way, the problem is spreading because it's not just at Apollo, it's also happening at Blackstone, it's also happening at KKR, and there's a small group of people that have that information, right? So what I would say is this kind of came about a month ago with the redemptions and the gates, right? So in 2 months, we're going to have another round of what's going on with redemptions and that whole conversation, right? So what's it? It's end of March, so end of April, end of May. So at the end of April, tune your antennas in to what's going on with redemptions, right? And what's in private credit and who still wants their money back. And then look over at the banks, look over at Apollo and Blackstone and KKR and see where those stocks are trading and look at those charts, right? And if those charts look nasty, right, then it's not going away. And what happens is, as people are lending less and less money, there's less and less liquidity in the system, right? So there's not money to buy distressed debt. So what ends up happening is everybody sits on their hands and waits for that debt to go from 80 cents on the dollar to 20 cents on the dollar, right? And that takes a little bit of time, right? And when that shit starts happening, that's when you see stress on financial institutions. Could be a hedge fund, private credit fund, could be a bank, right? But the reality is, it takes a little bit of time for that stress to happen because as people come to market with, a need for refinancing or new money, right? And they're not getting it, and you have another situation where an underwriter like J.P. Morgan comes to market for somebody and then gets stuck with the paper, and you start seeing shit like that going on. That's a good time to not capitulate on your bank shorts, right? Because even if those banks don't go under, they're gonna get fucking thrown out with just like the baby and bathwater analogy, right? Everything's going out the fucking window in that world until you come up smelling like roses, and then your stock rockets back higher, right? It's very V-shaped. But the reality is, the banking financial sector is so interconnected that it's unclear how one guy and his problems drags down somebody else and the broader sector. You just don't know. It's very incestuous, right? But it starts with these guys who want to get their money back out of these private credit funds and redeeming, their shares for their cash. And that means that these private credit funds have to find a buyer of that paper, sell that paper, take in that cash, take that cash, give it to the guys that are redeeming, right? And that's where it begins. If the redemptions go away and nobody wants their money back, well, then they don't have to sell that paper, and you might not see distressed prices dragging other people down, right? Dragging broader credit markets down, widening credit spreads, making it harder for people to borrow money. But if those redemptions persist, yeah, you got a problem. And the timing, think in terms of those redemptions. And then there's a ticker that I own. I always have, some amount of shares with. S as in Sam, J as in John, B as in boy, right? It stands for short junk bonds. You don't see a lot of action in it unless something's going on, right? It pays a quarterly dividend, and it's the inverse of the HYG, right? High yield. And this thing's been on a little bit of a tear lately. And at the end of the day, you want to have some way of understanding where credit spreads are going, right? You want to know the trend. And right now, I've owned this for a while. I mean, it's gone from basically 1520 to 1565. That's a big move in that thing. And as you see it go higher and higher and higher, that means credit spreads on lesser credits are getting wider. Okay, so it's getting more expensive for people of lesser credit to borrow money. Okay, the chart to look at is HYG. If you chart HYG, right, that's high yield. If you can kind of figure out where HYG is going, that's where kind of the credit spreads are going. If HYG is falling, that means credit spreads are widening. That means it's getting more expensive and stress is building in the system. So your answer, Sammy, because I know you're a chart guy, pay attention to the HYG and have that chart that on at least a weekly basis, but always have an eye on that. If you see that thing falling out of bed, that's going to tell you where everything's going.
This thing is shitting the bed as we speak. Holy.
Yeah.
Sammy, line that up with HTCC.
HTCC. What's up? What's up, Ray, man?
Yo, what's up, man? I overslept, guys, but I'm headed. Where are we going? We're going to buy a gun. You have your. We're in the recession. We're going to buy a gun. Get your license, guys.
Smith and Wesson. Holy shit. God damn. We're looking at the chart, not the literal fucking product.
SIG. We're grabbing a SIG today.
Fuck.
Red, white, and blue.
Let's fucking go. What's that ticker you just talked about? Which one is it?
No, Star. What's up, Star? He was talking about HYG.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Also the what is it? Now you got my mind lost. Hold on. Let me bring it up on my.
The 10-year? I know you're a bond guy.
No, I like denominating it so I can see the entire discrepancy between parts of the market and what's really like. It gives you a much bigger and closer view of what's going on and how bad it really is.
What are you hearing from the old timers recently? I know he's.
What am I hearing? My bad. I'm ordering coffee. What am I hearing? Some people say we're not going into a recession, but it's going to get ugly out there, and that we are the dirtiest T-shirt
in the laundry basket, and the rest of the world doesn't even have a T-shirt right now. That's how bad it's looking. If you open up all the ETFs on all the countries, including ours, right, our indexes, it looks really bad out there. You would think we're headed for a recession. You can say we're not, that something's going to save us, that mortgages are going to save us. And I do agree on that aspect a little bit, but I also have never been in it before. So it's hard for me to tell you the future and what's going to happen. But I mean, last week, look what happened. It was gold. Then you get called really retarded like me for shorting it. And then people ask you what you see. And then, the charts have to line up. And when they do with your thought process, it gets kind of scary. It's looking kind of scary, Sammy.
So I remember you talked about VIG, Vanguard, Div appreciation, pretty much 401ks, or what they allocate, or they put money into this?
I have a lot of friends that have, a lot of money in VI.
Oh, VI, okay.
And it looked, everything was going up, so everyone was saying, oh, we're going sideways on SPY and NASDAQ. But I wanted to mention this to start. Are we not in the biggest vol suppression ever, and that's why you see it moving like that? When we're talking about NASDAQ and SPX, this is the greatest vol suppression I think I've ever seen. So it looks like we're not going down, but oh baby, we're going down swinging.
It's kind of, I liken it to it's like the decoherence conversation I was having with the guys 15 minutes ago. Right now, you can kind of see anything happen in the short term. It was just triple witching or quadruple witching, however you want to think about it. There's a lot of different things that happened in the last 2 weeks, so a lot of correlations broke down, right? And so you got to think about it like from the mindset of a vol seller. If you're a vol seller, like you literally, that's how you pay your bills. You sell options. Literally, that's how you pay your mortgage. And so, for the last 15 years, right? Like you had the biggest boner ever if VIX was at 16 and you got to sell vol at 16, right? They're selling fucking vol at fucking 28 now, right? They're like, oh my God, it's fucking Christmas, right? Because vol's high. So
100%.
So it's not. So they're so happy to be able to sell these options at such crazy premiums, right? So right now in the short term, I think these guys the vol sellers are fucking giddy that they're getting to sell such expensive options because for the longest time they weren't able to do that.
That's why I found it, I think we should say not advice when you speak because you're talking about things that are so complicated to the average investor or trader. Talk about ratios and spreads. When you're saying I bought this, but I sold that, you really got to look at all of it. It's a beautiful thing to see in action, but you can also burn your hand if you have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah, well, you don't. I sat at a post, right? Like I was the guy who took the vol down, right? Everybody came in to buy options. I said, vol's changing, and then I took their fucking $1.50 call that they bought and I brought it down to like 35 cents. I was like, what the fuck happened? It's like, yeah, dude, you paid $1.50. You paid the asshole price. The real vol is much lower, right? I've seen, that was my job to do that to people, because you can't, how do I say this? When you're selling options, you're short volatility, right? Every time volatility goes down, you gain a Vega. Vega's it's the dollar value of 1 point of volatility change. So volatility goes up 1 point and you're short Vega, you lose that Vega. If it goes down, you gain that Vega. So you think of your position in terms of Vegas. And when you're selling vol at 28, right, you're probably going to get vol back down to 20 at least and cover it, right? And that's all you're trying to do. And you're happy as fuck that you get to sell vol at 28 because for the last 15 years post-GFC, vol's been nothing. Stocks is just straight up, dude. All you had to do was fucking own Apple and then sell Apple and buy NVIDIA and a little bit of Bitcoin when SVB happened. And, you're in Miami for the rest of your life.
It was an easy ride up. Now it's not a free lunch. It used to be a free lunch. And it used to be such a free lunch that you could not even open up a chart. You could buy something, and if you sat within a quarterly candlestick, you were up big time in profits.
You could have hit on a lot of things. You know.
Now it's like, why is my screen going darker and darker and more red?
Yeah, and a lot of people don't give enough of credit to yesterday was options expiration, like a big one. Like, you got to give a lot. They probably were short a lot of GLD at the wrong price, and they had to get it fucking back down so they didn't have to pay out all that premium, right? That's probably one reason, right? There's other reasons, but I've seen so many people are like so giddy on these big positions. Like, oh, I just hit on this AGQ and it's up, and I'm so excited. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, don't you get what's about to happen? The guys who are short the SLV, options, they're going to pound that shit. They're going to pull every dirty trick in the book. They know the guys at the fucking CME and the COMEX. They're going to raise margins 4 or 5 times in 10 days. They're going to collude and coordinate, which is extremely illegal. And they're going to pound that fucking tape and get their fucking money back. Right? And there's nothing you can do. Everybody knows it's illegal. Everybody watching them knows it's illegal. The SEC they're doing it under a spotlight, and nobody cares. So get out of your position. Get out of your position in profits and go find something else to do with that money. Like that's.
I'm telling you now, that will be this situation, and it's not the first time it's happened. Will be the end of these institutions. Mark my words.
No, it could be. One of these days, that's going to end. You are right about that, and I do think that. But
the CME, the LBMA, it's a wrap as far as like just faith in institutions as a whole in the West is at the lowest it's ever been, and those will be no different.
It's waning. The separate conversation. What's going on in the metals? It's very particularly in the silver market is awesome. So the COMEX is really losing a lot of its silver, and the March expiration. Maybe I can find it on Twitter. Or maybe I bookmarked it. I think the COMEX or the CME, I think it was CME, they had to house settle 80% of the deliveries, meaning they had to take it out of their own pocket and give up the silver out of their house, not out of the shorts, because the shorts who were short and got tendered, right, didn't have the silver. And think about it. If you're like, you're an exchange. Like, how does that speak to your legitimacy, right? Like, you license these people to trade on your exchange, right? They sell contracts, they owe, but they don't have your silver. So what does that say about you, right? Means you're
they can't get it fast enough, and there's rumors, I'm going to call them rumors because I don't know for a fact, that some of these miners are avoiding the exchanges and selling direct to some of these producers and companies that need silver.
That's not a rumor. Not timeout. That's not a rumor. I own silver miners, and in the fourth quarter, some of them, Hecla and First Majestic, they had a realized sale price all in at like close to $70. The Q4 average silver price was like $53.
I understand that people are saying that, but the company, unless you can point me to a place where the CEO of that company said that's what we did, then we're just kind of postulating.
No, we're not postulating.
Amazon confirmed that with copper.
Yeah, Amazon confirmed that with copper, but we're not postulating because the price of silver never traded for $70 fucking in the fourth quarter. So there's no way that they could have sold it at $70 unless they sold it to somebody off the exchange, right? It's not how life works. So they're transacting privately away from the exchanges because, and I guarantee you, it's not because they're looking to do it. It's because people are approaching them and saying, listen, I can't deal as a business with an exchange that doesn't give me the silver that I signed up for on such and such a date. I got to give that to my guys so that they can make their widgets, right?
I feel like it's multi-pronged. It's also, as a miner, why would you sell it to the exchange when you know that the price is artificially suppressed and you have expenses and businesses and you're finally in a bull market for the thing that you've been waiting 10, 15 years to finally go. And now your prices are being screwed by, an exchange.
Well, so what you're going to see, so my thesis, macro thesis, is that over time, you're going to see the prices of commodities float to their natural value. And they're going
I agree with that.
And
that's part of my thesis as well.
And it's going to take time. That's not like when Richard Nixon went on television in 1971 on Sunday night at 7:00 and said, "Oh, by the way, people, all those promissory notes in your pocket that have gold behind it, we're not doing that anymore." Right? It's not going to be like that. But what's going to happen is you're just going to see a lot more decoherence, and you're going to say, "Why is this happening? Why is that happening?" And what's happening is there's a bid for the physical asset, commodity, whatever. Right? And what's going to protect people, I think, going forward is, owning real assets of all types, whether it's land or a house or some gold and silver or artwork or whatever, right? Having it as opposed to having a paper contract, I think you're going to see a breakdown in that relationship.
Hey, Star.
Yeah.
We were doing price targets. You remember we did the bet on, not a bet, just a gentleman's bet on gold, on where it would be by end of year.
Yeah.
I posted that piece of paper up the other day. I was looking at it. Let's see where it goes.
You're at 3,000, right, by the end of the year. So on December 31st?
I'm at 3,000 by the end of the year.
Okay.
I would
over
originally
5,000.
Over 5. I originally was at 35, but I got a little bit. Too happy as it started going down a little bit, so I probably overshot that one. But I will stay at 3.
I'll give you 3,500. That's fine. That's a nice low target. But remember, even if we get to 3,500, if the 10-year is north of like 4.5%, you don't win your bet, right? Because your other thesis is that the 10-year and the zeros and the bonds, all those yields are going to come crashing down.
Well,
right?
I'm in. I picked up, especially before the close. I not advice. I'm really retarded. I picked up ZROZ before the close.
I bought TYD. I bought like 400 or 500 shares of TYD.
It sucks to hold over the weekend. But
I like But I like the risk reward. I like the risk reward profile. I don't care if I lose. I'm not afraid to lose. What I don't want to do is end up in a trade where I shouldn't have been in the trade because the risk reward profile wasn't one that I liked.
I love that. I 100%, because that's literally what it is.
Yeah. So I bought the 10-year at 440 and I bought the levered 10-year at 440. I'm okay with that.
I want to do a new one. I want to do a new gentleman's position and bet for us.
Well, let's stick with this one. Let's see how this plays out.
No, we got to do another one because gold is old news now. Gold is yesterday's girl. The new today's girl was the original girl you broke up with for the hot girl, and then you realized you really don't like her. You just liked her because she was really hot. Now you're going back to your ex, which is oil.
Oh, oil is. I told you the line in the sand is $100. At the monthly candle in March, it's got to close below $100, and OBX has got to turn down. That's got to happen.
I think they're going to take us all the way back by end of year, back to 60.
Could be. That could be. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. No.
Biggest oil shock the world has ever faced, and you're telling me oil's going back to 60.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, we said the same thing with gold, and then you lose almost 1,000 points in a couple days.
No, you didn't lose 1,000 in a couple days. You lost 400 in a couple days because
in March from the high to where you are now. Sorry, in about 11 days. 11 trading days. 13 trading days.
Gold was up like 100, 120% over what? 3 years? 4 years?
It was no. Gold was up. Gold went from 1,900 from where I owned it to 5,800.
Yeah. So I mean, of course, but oil hasn't done that yet. Oil will do that eventually.
I do agree. Oil's going to cool off, but there's a guy that I follow. I recommend everybody follow this guy, North Star. He's very good with trends and charts, and his partner Patrick is also very good. And I watched one of their videos the other day, and he drew that $100 line in crude, and he just went. So it was like a 30-minute video, and he was just showing how it goes up to 100, everybody gets excited, and then it gets whacked back down. right? And he's like, until we break this $100 level, and I think he was WTI crude, right? He says, we're not going into that super cycle of oil, right? So this monthly close in March, right? If you look at, so you want to look at oil over the last, look at oil since like the GFC, right? Look at oil since all the way back then. And look at the spikes of volatility on the OVX, which is the oil volatility, and look at the structure versus the RSI versus the MACD, and look at where it's like the 95 level. Every time there's a big green candle through it, and then the very next candle on all of these vol structures is smashed back all the way down through 95. Okay. And if you look at the COVID structure, which was insane because oil went to zero, and they were actually paying you money to take their oil because it was sitting in huge tankers in the ports, and they just had to get rid of it. So the oil vol then was insano, right? And then you saw the Russian invasion, right? It was also pretty crazy, but much more tame than COVID. You could see how they had control of it. You could look at the chart and see how it was totally managed.
100%.
And then you see this last one, it does not look like the Russian vol. And it wasn't as high as the COVID vol, right? But it's different in nature than the Russian one was. And what I'm saying to you, Ray, is that I'm not going to think anything until I see that close in March, which is next Monday. So
I forget who was speaking. Who said, "What do you think about like one of the biggest crises and everything?" I'm not sure who that was, but that Saul? Was that Saul? Was that you, Saul?
No, I don't think I said that. What are you
about oil? When I said price target of around 60.
Oh,
end of year.
And
remind you, I'm still long some oil. I'm still long Canadian oil right now, but I'm ready to dump it at a sheer's whim, just because this is extremely manipulated in a way. This situation that we're in, at least that's how I see it.
100%.
Yeah. So you're almost seeing it in the point when one man can come out and say, the Strait isn't our problem, it's the world's problem, right? And we're going to go and pack our stuff up and our operation is complete. Even if he utters the words, you will see the markets bounce slightly. Now, we don't know how deep, the credit situation goes. So we were already going lower before this broke out. But I would just be ready. I would just be ready to dump my energy at any point, because every time that GVX, the oil vol gets too high, you already know what happens. It doesn't matter how much money comes into this thing. Look what it's done to the entire market, to gold, especially silver. They destroyed silver. I mean, you waited for a break of 50 on silver for years, man. You waited so long, and yeah, you got to 110, 115, I think almost 120. If I recall, I'm not by a chart, just mentally off what I remember. And now people have targets. You see the targets coming back to the initial breakout. You're watching gold. It never built any real structure. I don't see any real structure there. It's going to take a while because that's trillions and trillions of dollars. But if there's no structure there, what chart can you show me that endlessly keeps going without coming back to re-grab? Especially when volatility had gone to levels we haven't seen since before I was fucking born. Excuse my language.
Here's the thing. That's how commodities are. If you're a commodities trader, you have to realize that you're going to get fucked on the downside because none of the circuit breakers are going to hit, and on the upside, you're going to get smashed by margin increases and all this other shit. What matters is the trend. What matters is the geopolitical situation. What matters is what's going on in the world. Who's making what moves? What matters is the bases are being built on the charts higher than where they broke out. That's what matters. If those bases start to break lower than where they were, and I'm not saying you should hold trades that long. Like I've greatly cut my gold and silver exposure. When it's time for oil, like you said, I will greatly cut that exposure as well. That's how you trade commodities. It's not like trading NVIDIA. It's not the same thing because there's too many people that are interested in keeping prices lower. There's a lot of money that can be made. When it broke 50, it went to 115 real fucking quick. That's where the money's made. Then you got to kind of reset. You wait for the base to build. Structurally, these things are going higher. It's just a matter of when, being patient, picking your spots.
Right. Yeah, totally agree. And the idea that it's a good idea to sell your gold after it corrected from 5,800 to 40 to basically another double bottom here, like around the 4,400, heading into a midterms year, right? Like you could say, "Oh, look what's happening to gold," and I would say, "Yeah, who's buying it? If somebody's on the other side of those sell trades. I want to know who the guy. I want to know the guy who's buying it, right?" And the reality is, it's probably the big dogs. Right, because at a certain point, like a lot of people don't know this, but central banks are only really meant to be around and survive for like 75 years or so. Right, it's these schemes that they're running with our money. They don't last forever. Right, and then you got to go to something new. You got to do something else. Why? Because $40 trillion in debt is not, that problem's never getting solved. Right, and it's not just America; it's every other fucking country in the world doing the same shit, probably worse. Right? And so
definitely worse.
And that all has to come to an end. Okay? The reality is, what is everybody going to do when that's not the thing anymore, right? My bet is in the interim, they're going to do gold. Right? They're going to agree on some form of standard. And you're going to see like a regional world where there's a pole here, a pole there, and a pole here. Right? And it's like, yeah, how do you settle things? What are you guys doing? Right, and they'll do that in the interim, and then there'll be some new system, right? But you're not going to go to just a barter system, right? That's not going to happen. And
I mean, you're already seeing it. They're allowing the passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz if you pay in yuan. Like that is big fucking news. If people aren't paying attention to that, they should be.
Well, and did you see a week ago when India was negotiating away from us in the table with Iran, just saying, "Listen, we'll fucking do what you got to do. How do we get our oil?" And what ended up happening was people started negotiating separately, and it was like, "Hold on, like this is our gig. What the fuck are you doing?" Right? And then all of a sudden, we got involved and started doing different shit. Why? Because we don't want people trading in other than dollars. That's bad for the dollar, right? Because the dollar's not backed by anything, right? The petrodollar is what kept the dollar alive, right? If that's going away, we got major fucking currency problems. And so when you see gold get beat up the way it did, and you see the panicins going in and everybody's crying and they're on the television, "Oh, it's over, it's not a stable trade," that's when you buy your first tranche, right? You don't go all in, but you wanted to get into gold. Now's a good time to go to the gold shop and buy a little gold. Don't get crazy, but buy a little bit and hang on to it. That's not trade money. That's put it in the safe next to the Smith & Wesson, right? And just
next to the Sig Sauer.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Because at the end of the day, right, when you see scaredy cats selling their shit, down 20, 30%, right? That's when you're supposed to buy. Right? You don't need a chart. Right? You see that, bro? Oh my God. Right? And that's who you buy your gold from. Right? On a day like yesterday. And if you're not doing that, you shouldn't be trading your own money. You should be with a trusted financial advisor that's going to make you 10, 15% a year and go focus on your craft and hit home runs in your craft. Right? But don't trade. If you're not buying on a day like yesterday, don't trade. Don't do it. Put your fucking computer, fold up your laptop, throw it into trash, call your investment advisor, give them the keys to your kingdom, and just go about the rest of your life. But when you're not, when the people who are scared to death and are selling their shit, if you're not buying their shit on those days, do not trade. Put your shit down. Right? That's reality. Right? Especially when they're talking about trading oil and other currencies openly on the television. Right? Because the only reason you even have a currency that's worth the shit is because people need it to buy oil. Right? only reason. It's not backed by anything anymore. It used to be, right? Until 1971 at 7 p.m. on a Sunday.
It's not 100% true, although I think the perception of this is waning, and so I think maybe you can discredit it, but it used to be backed by the force of the military as well.
No, of course.
I don't know. I don't know how well that's going to play out perceptionally with what's happening in the Middle East and how these people are getting absolutely bombed to shit, and we're not doing anything to defend them. So maybe that's kind of, we'll see how the perception changes, but that too.
Yeah, and you also got to remember too, right? Like while you and I, forgive me, I don't know your name, I can't see my phone, but you and I share a similar perspective. But you go out in the world of sheep, you can scare those people back into money very easily, right? And they'll accept that, oh, I love my $20 bill. Even though it's not getting them as far, they don't care, right? They have almost like an involuntary response to get scared back into their money, right? And you literally can scare the gold right out of their fucking hands, right? There's a lot of those people. There's a lot more of those people than there are of us. So you and I have to be aware of the fact that they're much more conditioned and programmable and able to be motivated and manipulated than we are, right? And actually, we're at a disadvantage because there's so many more of those people than there are of us. And they can actually scare those people back into using money and then just continue the whole devaluation process again and keep fucking them like they've been forever, right? So don't underestimate the system's ability to survive because it's incredible at doing that. It's incredible. Every time I'm just amazed at the rabbits they're able to pull out of those fucking hats. Amazed. Like the SVB, where they decided to take 1/6 of the FDIC money and make all the fucking demand depositors whole. You're only supposed to get $250 back per Social Security number, right? They gave everybody all their fucking money back. You're not supposed to do that. They put the whole system in jeopardy. Doesn't matter. They didn't care. They gave everybody their money back. So, oops, you gave your money to a shitty bank. Whoopsies, you get a do-over. Here's your $5 billion back. He's only supposed to get $250 grand. Well, you know what? He's part of the Friends and Family program. Give him his $5 billion back. And they took that money out of the insurance corporation that's supposed to insure your bank for when you need your money for when that bank goes under. Right? They did something they never did before. And that's kind of my point, is that this system has an ability to survive through amazing amounts of bullshit.
Until it doesn't.
Well, yes. But it's got a pretty good track record. Right? It survived GFC with all kinds. Dude, I'll say this. You and I don't even understand the backroom deals that went on during GFC to keep the system afloat. You have no idea. You have no idea. And at the end of the day, that's what they do. They just settle stuff. They just do stupid shit. Like what they're doing in private credit now, it's insane. These loans are having a problem. So you know what they're doing? They're saying, listen, we'll fix it. And they're saying, we'll just lend you more money. A little bit higher rate, okay? You take that new money that we lent you and pay us back the old money that you owe us, and we'll call it even. And you just owe out the other debt, right? It's a non-performing loan, right? They're defaulting. What are you doing? We're lending them more money. Why? Because it covers the default. That's why. And I don't have to report a default. Right? There is all kinds of bullshit that goes on that they can do to cover up problems. And that's why I started out this conversation an hour ago by saying, don't underestimate this system's ability to survive, to adapt and survive. It just has an uncanny ability to do that. So when you're at that max stress point, like, oh my God, reverse your positions. 9 out of 10 times it works. Why? Because the system just fucking survives. Right? And have a little gold next to the 6 hour or the fucking Smith & Wesson, just in case.
I mean, tell that to the British, tell that to the what do you call it? Who came before them? The Panamanians. Like, tell them to everybody who's had a reserve currency for a period of time, and eventually that game has to stop. And it will stop. And I think we're getting close, in my opinion. 5, 10. I'd be surprised if it takes 10, but 5, 10 years maybe.
No, this war taught me a lot, because what ended up happening was the 10-year did not behave like a safe haven asset.
That's right. That's signal.
That was a huge signal, right? It was basically, oh, America's going to decide to get balls deep in a war with fucking Iran, with the Persians on their soil. They can't afford that, right? Sold.
One of the things I think would be a good exercise, and I haven't done this, but I noticed it because I watch markets frequently. Ask AI over the last 20 years how many days you've had dollars down, stocks down, and bonds down, all in the same day.
Dollars down, stocks down. Okay, interesting. Go ahead. Give me the answer.
I don't know. I'm saying I haven't done it, but I pay attention. That happened on Friday. It's happening more frequently than it has in my short trading career. And that's what you see when FDIs are going out the door.
Hold on, who's speaking? Who's speaking? Because I can't see.
Selling dollars and you're selling stocks. All at the same time.
Saul, you're 100% correct. I whenever oil is going to spike that hard, especially what I'm seeing, multiple screens, watching it all, money flows, everything. Yeah, it's going to absorb. There's only so much to go around. For sure, everything.
The more that happens, though, the more you need to be concerned about the dollar system.
Guys, the Bears can only get so gay.
I hear you, Saul, but I still have my targets on oil.
Holy moly. 4.5 hours, nearing 5 hours of streaming. Holy shit, guys. I mean, again, this is all being recorded on the YouTube. It's in the nest, but goddamn, guys. All right, I kind of need to have a life and go touch some grass and get to my degenerate spaces. So that with that being said, there is, guys, follow the Discord. Star is in the Discord. He's got his own channel, his own room in there. If you guys like the alpha, you know, he's always spreading love and obviously information in the Discord and his own channel. Excuse me. So give that a follow. Shout out to Soul RR and everybody else that came up here. Blonde, thank you for being a co-host. Holy moly! Again, YouTube link is in Discord. I mean, YouTube link is in the nest. Excuse me. So if you guys think you missed the alpha, no, it's all being recorded. Let me go have a life now. Let me go work out. Let me go touch some fucking grass because I can't do another 4 or 5 hours, folks. So thank you so much for tuning in. God bless everyone. Have a good weekend. RR and King, if you're still listening, I think we should do a video conference call for that chat. I literally just got a call. Anyway, cheers, guys. God bless you. Have a beautiful day.
Thanks, Sammy.
Ciao.
Don't touch the mask.
Touch the mask.